Hello everyone. It's Saturday, so that means we're streaming. We're just gonna jump straight into God of War Ragnarok, and one thing I just want to say before we started is I was reached out to, and a couple of people told me that I'm on the right track when it comes to my theory about tier, but I'm not correct. They just say I'm on the right track, so I'm very curious to see how close I actually am. Hey Russell, hey Azura, how are you doing today? How's it going, Will? Hopefully you're not too sick.
The fuse is but 30 heartbeats. That's enough. Once you see the signal, count it down. Come, Kratos. We should get moving.
How dare you call me like a dog?
The wolves gave us a scepter. They will answer, should we call on them.
Good. There's a shortcut to Njord's temple we can use in daylight.
The Einherjar are holding fair in your father's own temple.
It's been empty for as long as I can remember. There's a celestial altar across the river. According to Bigfir, the altars were once used to signal the wolves, and now we have just the scepter to do it.
What is your plan?
When we reach the temple, I'll fire off the beacon. A signal for Vela and Birgir to set off their distraction.
The Dark Elf hide.
Nice to not be on the receiving end of it for once.
With their attention drawn elsewhere, you and I can assault the main force from behind.
While Atreus and Hildisvini slip in to rescue your brother in the confusion.
Yes. Once we see their beacon, we'll regroup by the river and escape on Freyr's boat.
For some reason I got caught going left there in a circle.
Where are you going? We need to go rescue her.
No, I want to explore. You think she would just help row a little bit? Like Atreus, sure, he's got little, you know, little noodle arms, can't really do much. But Freya can actually... She's got some meat on those muscles, so I'm surprised that she's not helping row. Everyone's just taking advantage of Kratos' goodwill.
That wisp is replicating!
First things first is always figuring out how to play the game after being away from it for a little bit.
Freyr's being held in a prison to the north. Follow Freyr,
I want to
brother.
go exploring. Ah.
Good! That's the way!
Bad of War Ragnarok, I might actually steal that. I think it's a little bit more creative than God of Boar or God of Snore that people have been using. I meant to shield smash the other guy, but it won't let me switch targets that easy. The first fight's always the roughest, figuring out how to play the game again. You'd be surprised how rough it is. It's okay, I got my bearings now. Let it ride. You'd be surprised how much you unlearn and relearn. Celestial One, I like it so far. I haven't heard any argument yet that has convinced me why I should think it's bad. Well, here's the thing. That's your entire thing, is that you are deep rooted on that. So when you immediately assume the other side is going to argue against you, Celestial, you are kind of exposing the fact that you are immediately resistant to any alternate forms of thought. You're not looking to be perceived or persuaded. So as far as you're concerned, there's no point. So I mean, people can show you as much evidence as they want, but if you already put yourself in the mindset to just refuse anything you see, how is that really, you know, doing much? This is just because this guy's health not going down at all. Oh, does he have a little... He has an enchantment on him. Let's say, it's like, what the heck? Where's the little gremlin? There it is. There's so much bloom that I barely noticed.
Careful, brother. You're covered in Bifrost.
Incoming back here!
Where's the guy?
Left side.
There it is.
Incoming! Bifrost back here! The Alpha!
Because there's one thing to say that you're not persuaded, and there's another one we're saying that you will never be persuaded.
This is the last.
It's like the difference of saying, I think strawberry ice cream is the best ice cream in the world, and there's nothing anybody could do to say to persuade me.
He's on the left!
That's completely a different argument from saying that I can be persuaded versus I am so resolute in what I'm thinking that I'm completely resistant to all forms of persuasion, including hard evidence.
Bifrost on your left!
But at the same time, when all you're saying is, I like this game and no one can change my mind otherwise, well, of course not. If you like what you like, you like what you like. It's nobody's position to change what you like. You see what I'm saying? Like, there's a difference. There's like a bit of...
They've rallied more soldiers since our last.
One is like your, you know, completely personal opinion, which is of course always going to be your own, and the other is objectively looking at this game as a product and rating and evaluating it as such. And same thing, what was that? I think it's a good game. I've ever bit the right to think of it as good as you think it is bad. Well, here's the thing. When did I ever say this was bad? I've pointed out bad things, but when did I ever say that this game was bad? I went backwards. If you've been listening, recall that what I've rated this game so far is just very well presented mediocrity. The presentation of this game is very good. What it presents is very average. I pointed out what was done well. I pointed out what was done poorly. You can take out, you know, what you want out of that.
Must stop that Noken from singing!
Where is the Noken? And you'll recall that at any point, it's always good to have some thoughts on what things can be better. Just because you like something doesn't mean you can criticize it. If anything, the more you like something, the more you should be able to criticize it. Because why on earth would you settle? Because that's kind of what you're saying, is, I will settle. And I really do think that you respect yourself more than that.
Behind you! Incoming!
It's another Noken. Man. Like, as soon as I notice it, it's always too late. Where is he? Where is that thing coming? Oh, it's coming from inside there. Interesting.
Steady your guard!
Spent the entire last session ranting about those that like the title, how you would counter them, complaining about it in general. Oh, well then you weren't paying attention. That's kind of disappointing to hear. Because there is a fundamental difference, as Alessandro points out, between complaining and criticizing. And I'm positive that you have the nuance to determine what's what. Not a slight against you, just pointing out that you are selectively hearing what I think you want to hear. Just as much as you may filter out something that is critical versus what is actually just being an observation.
Try dragging the scepter across the bell a few times.
Because what it sounds like is you are very keen to...
Come on, we're making good time.
Because I've even asked you, it's like, what were some of the supporting evidence of what you like and dislike? And all I'm asking is supporting evidence. If someone provides supporting evidence, kind of bizarre that one would actually just deny that, don't you think? Seems a little irrational.
Our actions in this realm follow the prophecy of the giants. Atreus
After all, no one will want to
believes
put
Ragnarok
words in
is
anyone's mouths,
inevitable.
right?
The Norns were quite clear on the nature of prophecy. They told us the sum of our
And it goes
choices
both
is
ways.
but we
The
have
classic
changed,
statement of,
haven't we?
Perhaps.
I'm entitled to my opinion, you do know it goes both ways, right? Like, you're entitled to your opinion, absolutely, just as much as the next person is entitled to counter or disprove your opinion with evidence. That's what makes it a discussion. It's not about my feelings versus your feelings. I believe we can have a bit more of an interesting discussion beyond that. I'm just a little disappointed that you think that I think this game is bad. I never at any point said this game was bad. I simply point out the things that were done badly in this game.
The Norn said you'd kill Heimdall, but you chose not to walk.
It goes both ways, so stop getting bent out of shape when opinion doesn't match your own as you are now, and twisting words, Professor Xavier.
Do you still seek Ragnarok?
Well, that seems like an emotional outburst. I think you are getting a little bit emotional about this, Celestial, given by the tone of your words. I don't know if you noticed, but I'm chilling, having a good time.
We all just established how prophecy is pure havers.
Gods, Mimir.
All I'm asking is to have a discussion.
The most
Nothing to be afraid
annoying
of.
man alive.
Did I just miss a chest up there? No, I have to wonder. Oh, it's a chest I already went to. That's something at least. After all, understanding each other is a lot more important than agreeing with each other, because people can disagree. It doesn't mean that there's a lack of understanding between them. To use that sandwich example I said before, like if somebody likes peanut butter and jelly and I don't like peanut butter and jelly, the point of the focus isn't exactly rationalizing why it is or isn't a good sandwich.
On your mark.
It's just simply we're exchanging our own values and that's the end of it.
Careful, brother. You're covered in Bifrost. Shield break now!
Enemy to your left! Behind you, look out!
Right flank!
Glancing Glow, he still got me on that. Bradley, it took 7 sessions, but we finally got a salty God of War fan in the chat. I know, I was expecting one in the very beginning. That just kind of shows you how irrelevant I am, which is fair. I knew I should have just rage baited the title. But when the bait's too obvious, like the... You know, you only get the appropriate catch to go with it. So if you did, like, bait it where it was like, you know... God, what was it you said earlier, Will? Bad of War, that's right. Bad of War something. If I titled it that, you know we would get Fervent Defenders. But at the same time, you kind of know what you're catching. That's why I think it's almost like free nut fishing at this point. Or we just kind of like, you know, let things go along. We're just kind of cruising. And whatever gets in our net is in our net. To be perfectly fair in Celestial's defense, Celestial did hang out with us throughout pretty much the entirety of last session. When I was reviewing, once again, the mostly... Oh, this is a super boss right now. I wonder if we're strong enough for it. Guess we're about to find out today. Damn, that's an impact. Wow, this dude literally will two-shot me. Now that I know he's an optional super boss, I kind of don't care. Bad of War Ragnarok, that's it. Yeah. See, if I had titled it that, that would have gotten a much more responsive
That's the Alpha. Tough fight.
culling.
This way.
He'll be part of the cleanup effort. He's not story relevant. Oh, we're back here.
Alas, poor Neathhog.
It was in our way.
Aye, I don't doubt it. Curious, though. What was she doing here?
Odin used roots of the World Tree as part of his spell that kept me from leaving Midgard. Neathhog protects the tree's roots.
Did I fight Heimdall? No, we're on our way. Well, actually, no, we're not on our way. We're on our way to go rescue Freya's brother, who kind of doesn't matter. Because, as this has been speculated, the Vanir that are fighting with the Aesir in this realm is just a proxy war that doesn't happen. It's just Odin giving him something to do. So we're helping her brother out of a situation that doesn't matter because it has nothing to do with what we're doing. That reminds me. We haven't been upgrading Freya at all. If she's gonna stick around. Ooh, poison is always good.
Make extra noise once the assault begins. If we distract them long enough, Hildesphini and Atreus will have more than enough time to get in and out undetected.
I am not worried for Atreus. He is ready to fight on his own.
Except for the times when you do fret like a nanny about him.
This is it. There's an altar behind these vines.
It's also glowing like I can blow it up with my spear.
Call on Skoll, please. Are you ready?
I am. Are you?
I'm not leaving here without my brother.
Just looking over chat real fast. I also like the way Odin is written. I just wish that they gave any of the major gods any sort of European accent like they did with Mimir. I just kind of wish they didn't sound all American. Like Odin sounds like
We're coming for you, Ingvi.
a car salesman from the Midwest, you know? Firing for effect. Enemy AC-130 overhead. Oh, time doll.
Completely giving away your position.
Convenient.
What idiots.
He didn't stress the I there, but idiots.
Oh. If it isn't Queen Mistletoe herself. Hilarious, by the way. Been a while.
By the way, why aren't we using mistletoe arrows since they're cursed arrows that are currently super effective on gods?
Must be the little half-breed's father. Lucky day! You have a lot to answer for, Sunshine. You too, traitor.
Better a traitor than Odin's lapdog.
I think that car salesman voice is the reason why I like his characterization. Me too, honestly. Like, again, I like the lines that they wrote for him. It's perfect for somebody who you know and they know that you know that they're pulling a fast one, but it's all about that mind game, the word play.
I know you didn't want this, but we know how this ends.
I don't know.
See you soon.
Kratos seemed pretty open.
Well, we both know that's not true. But don't worry, Frigg. I'll be coming for you and your brother as soon as I am finished here. Now, what you got? Whoa! What did Gultover ever do to you? Really? You are the one who killed Baldur? Not going to lie, I'm disappointed. Have some byproduct on me. So crisp, so painful. With your reputation, I thought I would at least break a sweat. Write him down, Gultoper. Oh, did you want some more?
Oh, that was an unstoppable one. That sucked.
Having fun yet? stick. Any day now.
Come on, brother! You had that spear built for a reason!
Okay, yeah. You gotta use the spear.
Come on, fight me.
Alright, direct attacks don't work. I wonder if I can throw my axe.
You are rudely prolonging.
Oh, he dodges it even though he can't see it.
Yawn.
It said overwhelm his senses, so maybe we blind him?
He's not expecting drop here to
Oh,
go
that does
off.
work.
What the?
Flashbang, do the duel!
I can feel your
Alright, so we have to trap him.
It is
Maybe we trap him more.
satisfying.
Build a ring around him.
What now, brother?
The spear remains our best chance.
Oh, wait. You expected the stick to give you an advantage? Hey, careful! These are new braces. Did you know your son sounds like a goose when he gets hurt?
Does he? That's actually kind of fascinating. Can you sound like a goose? What sound did he make?
Hilarious! The scion of the Aesir brought down by a
I wonder if like he can be done by
Caesar's
one.
cane.
Okay, yeah, but it's marginal. So oh, we got one cut on him.
You actually hit me.
You move like they do.
Slow down. I don't remember the last time anyone hit me.
Oh, you can actually do damage now.
You think you can bring down Asgard? Hurry. Slow down. When was the last time I even used this?
Come on, brother! You hit him once! Just gotta find the right opening!
Slow it down.
I blocked that.
You know, pain is not as bad as I remember. Haha! There we are. Armor fit for a gun. Uh-oh!
I'm hurting bad.
Uh-oh! Lights out for you, Punchy.
He's got super armor now.
Oh! Oh!
Is he supposed to be Hermes? He kind of like is in a way. Because they are trying to like, yes, he can see, but they're also having like this sort of super speed factor.
Slow it down.
Come on, brother! You hit him once! Just gotta find the right opening!
You think you can bring down Asgard? Hurry! I can't decide if I'm more surprised or pissed off!
He's open!
So yeah, we just need to hit him once, honestly, to make it vulnerable.
It's not as bad as I remember. Haha! There we are. Armor fit for a cop.
Why can't I detonate when he's holding it? It's like the Wesker fight.
He's open!
least this fight is like engaging.
Slow down. Slow it down. When was the last time I even used this? I was just going to cut your head off, but now I think I will take my time with it. Oh, how the children of Asgard will enjoy kicking your head down the street. Slow down. No! Oh, he is mad now, isn't he?
This is bad.
Slow it down. Slow down.
Whew. Hello, Erison. How are you? Love the Parasite Eve series recap. Thank you. Currently working on other recap footage right now.
Slow down.
Were you facing just the first Parasite Eve? Or all three?
Come on, brother. You hit him once. Just gotta find the right opening.
You know, pain is not as bad as I remember. Slow it down. I can't decide if I'm more surprised
Ooh,
or
clocking
pissed
you with
off.
the Galahorn. So that's a blinding effect.
Slow down. No! Amuse me. Flail around some more. You think you can bring down Asgard? Hurry. Ha-ha! There we are. Armor fit for a cop.
Right, brother. He's open.
You strike like a sloppy cow. Slow it down.
Oh, I was almost away.
When was the last time I even used this sword?
I am glad that we finally have a decent boss fight.
Slow it down. I can't decide if I'm more surprised or pissed off. Slow down.
Come on, brother. You hit him once. Just gotta find the right opening.
You think you can bring down Asgard? Hurry. My turn.
Strike, brother.
You strike like a sloppy cow. Ha-ha! There we are. Armor fit for a cop. as bad as I remember.
Oh, come on, Gabe.
When was the last
I was
time
dodge
I
rolling
even
that.
used this?
Strike, brother!
I need to go for smaller windows. I'm trying to go for big swing and I should be going for small windows.
Oh, he is mad now, isn't he? Slow it
Damn
down.
it.
He's open!
Is he? Oh, he is. Like, he doesn't look different when he's open. But I guess Mimir's got that sight beyond sight, you know?
Slow down.
He's open!
There we go. This is the first boss in the game that we didn't take down in our first or second try. So I'm gonna give that as a +1. You should go for the head. Kill him.
Wait. What is going on in that empty little head? Oh, no, no, no. You are going to spare me out of pity!
Let it go, you may live.
Is this about the little runt? Oh, now I am definitely going to gut him.
I think it's the first bit of gore that we've actually seen that wasn't a clean lightsaber cut.
This is your
Some
final
actual
warning.
slight damage. A little disappointed though.
Don't think a warning's going to cut it.
You think you get to just walk away?
I feel like this is still a very rated T for teen game, you know?
That is not how this works.
That reminds me of another thing. I kind of wonder why. Also, he didn't heal the scar on his face. I guess he likes it there.
Decide my fate! You are dead, sunshine.
Oh, heal part 2 now.
You are way over your head. Don't you know who I am?
So he's actually vulnerable after each of those Bifrost attacks. I didn't even notice that.
The AC, the Herald of Ragnarok. I am going to find that little mongrel of yours.
He just shoves me in the face. How rude.
Enough. Only one of us is walking away from this. And it sure as shit will not be you. How dare you try and spare me?
I blocked that game. Same here, I'm trying to block her as soon as he comes in. I guess I should just try avoiding that, honestly.
Slow it down.
Wow, the second phase was a lot easier than the first phase. I think it's because he was angry and was coming at you with very direct attacks.
Brother! Brother! This isn't who you want to be!
He should have replied, but I'm not your monster. Like in the first game, where he's like, I am a monster. I'm just not your monster. I don't see why he's shaken. He came here with the purpose of killing Heimdall, and he killed Heimdall. How is Mimir not on board with that? I know they were like, maybe there's another way. I don't know. Push literally came to shove here. Now we have the Gjallarhorn.
Kratos, that was just... I don't know if we are breaking fate, or fate's breaking us.
That was a good boss fight. Or at least the first half was, because, you know, it challenged me in a different way. And then it became like a regular boss fight in the second half, and then it was super easy. Go figure. So, I'll give it half an extra point for that. Because the first half was, cool, we're doing something different, and the second half is, no, we're actually doing the same thing again, never mind. At least that was a decent boss fight. Halfway decent's better than boring, right? Was that a sword? Are you talking about this thing? Yeah, Kratos only pulls out that sword just to do like a little relic attack. It's actually really useful, that one. It just recharges your rage meter on the go. You get your rage meter so quickly in this game, I kind of like that because it means you can use it more effectively as a tool throughout battle. And it gives you multiple ways of using it too. You can go for like big damage. I just want to make sure there wasn't a chest here that I'm missing. I don't see one. You can go for like straight up healing, or you can go for pounding things with your fist that also heals a little bit, which I personally still prefer. Because it doesn't make you staggerable, which I think is pretty useful in this game.
Hey, a little help?
At least the rescue's going well.
Burn. The subtitles are so funny sometimes. It would have been nice if he pounded his face in, like, God of War 3. That's what I'm telling you. He should have plucked his eyes out or something. Like, this is a very T for teen game. Kratos either just strangles people or neck snaps them. And if he does, like, dismember somebody, it's the cleanest cuts. I'm like, you have an M for Mature license. You can go a little bit more than this. It's okay. The kiddies aren't really going to be too offended, I assure you, in this rated M for Mature title. Oh, what's that weird symbol? I've never seen this symbol.
Yeah, so, guess what? We got hit by another ambush.
Freyr's third. We need to get him out of here.
But we can't get through the door. We're trapped.
Because what I like using the rage meter to do is I enjoy using it as a means to top off my health right before battle ends. It's very useful.
I got an idea.
Oh, got him for the teleport. Did you see that guy shoot sideways? That's a magic arrow, alright. Yeah, look at him. He's looking at us. That's some amazing bullet curving right there. Oh, got too distracted. Ah, I tried to block that. I'll take the L on that. After finishing Ragnarok, I'm only starting 2018 out of curiosity. That's interesting. That is certainly an interesting way of going about it. You'll have to tell me what you find, because from my perspective, as somebody who just finished 2018 last week and almost finished a recap of it, I'll have it out either tomorrow or the day after. See you later, bye. See how this guy's like stun meter refuses to just top off? Come on, guys.
Nice work. Can we go? Doors down. Can you move? Not sure, but
I'm definitely taking Boreman's amazing aim as part of the Clips collection. That's going in for sure. Dude, straight out of Wanted.
we need to move.
Remember Wanted?
I will carry him.
You what? No, I can make it.
But I believe you will find,
Ow! Ow!
in my opinion, 2018 to be, if you liked Ragnarok, I think you will really enjoy the level of focus,
Company back
the
here.
purposeful writing, the character development, the pacing, the presentation. There's a level of scale that was in 2018 that so far hasn't really been in Ragnarok. Such as large, like a lot of large things, a lot of large monsters, a lot of large statues, a lot of large puzzles.
Nice job, by the way.
Hey, I'm a Drake. You okay? Hi. No, just hold on.
You know, I'm not actually pressing any buttons. Kratos just runs on his own.
All right. We gotta be close, right?
On your right!
Keep going. We're almost at the river. How about the girl?
If you vomit on me, I'm dropping you. Face down in the river.
Where's the boat?
Throw it in
I was to say, doesn't Freya have her
Hurry
magic
now.
boat?
That won't hold them for long.
She should take that with her.
Whoa. Of course. Skisbornir. Freya's boat.
They will regroup. We should go.
I see both the siblings have magic boats. Ragnarok so far is fair. 2018 is excellent. If you want a very quick 1 minute thing. Look at all these characters that don't matter. This was the amazing revolution that Freyr thought he was fighting. He hates to discover the reason why the Vanir were actually attacking the Aesir was just so Odin can have a proxy war to actually hide his tax write-offs for this war effort. It's all an evasionary status. You have Strangers of Paradise on the way? Nice. I wish it was crossplay though. I don't know if it is crossplay. I don't think it is. I really wish it was though.
Okay. This is bad.
Hang on!
Oh, it's a flying boat.
You should have seen your face.
I would throw him off the boat right now.
Relax.
It's flying. We're
More like
flying.
falling with style.
I knew it would do that.
Freyr talks a lot of shit for a dude with a hole in his chest.
We have guests!
What were we attacking?
There's another one!
I knew this was going too smoothly.
Little help?
They're too fast! Look out!
Is he gonna like sprout wings and fly? Or maybe he's gonna raise a shield or something. His name is Burger.
Virga! No! For Vanaheim!
Oh, we got 2 for 1 in the shot. That's actually a really good shot. I'm sure he's fine. If not, see a guy who I just learned his name 30 seconds ago. I want him to cry and be like, he was like my brother. And everybody's gonna be sad about Burger. The guy who we just met. Rip Burger. Burger time. Seriously, was there a reason for the dramatic pause on Burger? I actually thought that was hilarious.
Come on.
See, we're having fun with this game.
I really think that's the end of Birger.
Burger.
You think he survived that?
What, falling?
Down there picking the dirt out of his nails with the beast's feathers. You'll see. He has to be.
Wasn't
We're almost
whatever
there.
happened to that lady's like
Hold
light
on
elf
a bit
boyfriend?
longer.
Is he dead or something?
Suppose I have much of a choice at the moment.
Burger had a cool sword though. It's like the same sword that the I don't remember what the enemy type was, but they're kind of like the berserkers in the last game. They had those giant rune-edged swords that look kind of cool. Cheeseburger.
Lunda.
Yep.
Lunda, we need cloth and boiling water.
Red root.
Oh,
and
there it
lion's
is.
crest.
I guess,
I know. You think I never staunched a bleeder before? Oh, now don't you go worrying, boss. I didn't go through any of your stuff while you was off being tortured.
Ah! Damn it, Wanda! Easy.
Heck you sassing me for? I ain't the one who stuck you like a damn pig. No thanks.
Freya, mind giving her a hand? We're just taking over entirely?
Hold still. She'll just get you stable so I can take you to Sindri's
What a
house.
whiner.
The rest of my herbs are there.
We'll protect the realm in your absence. The four of us.
Vanaheim's in good hands.
Also, I think it's funny that Freya does know healing magic, but just doesn't use it on her brother.
Party at Sindri's house.
I guess
huh?
she's just really tired.
Whoever that is.
Your boat.
Nope. Your boat.
Oh, thanks.
Come on, take it. Sail the skies. Sun yourself on its bow. You look like you could use it. Make a Vanir god proud.
Gave you his boat? Nice.
He left me no choice.
Because it was necessary. Not because it was written.
Hey, he started it, we finished it.
Prophecy holds that Galahorn is the herald of Ragnarok. Whatever it does.
I read about it in Odin's library. Supposedly it...
Hold it, Atreus. We will discuss in private.
I mean, I don't know what Freyr was thinking launching an attack with literally 5 dudes. Oh, that's right, they didn't bring the giant hound dog pig.
Helga smell something. Could be important. Maybe we should follow her.
Better not be a side quest. Oh, no, it's a side quest, it's not important.
I'm sorry, love.
Find that orb yet?
Nope. We're doing all the side quests after we beat the game. Okay, I didn't miss that much.
Heimdall is dead.
Good riddance.
Is it?
Look, I don't know for faith, but I know Heimdall was a prize-winning Cain stain with a capital stank. If he was gonna hurt your boy, it's a good thing he ain't around no more.
The Norns didn't quite see it that way.
The opinion of them 3 shut-in spinsters ain't worth a goat fart in a hurricane. You did what you did. No need to fret about it.
I don't know why he would fret about it. Fret about it, not Freya about it. Because think about what he used to say. Like, yes, there are consequences to killing the god, but at the same time, he's not afraid of vengeance because, again, he did it in self-defense.
Hope
So,
you and
why
your
would he worry
horn
about it?
sprout ain't got any holes where you don't want them.
We are fine.
Oh, honey, you don't have to worry about him. Gave him a once over just as soon as Freyr was patched up and on his way.
Did you now?
Yeah, let's see if we got any good upgrades. Ooh, stun grabbing an enemy grants a rage burst? That's worth it. I do love stun grabbing. Can't afford it though. Super poor. Got no junk to sell. Oh, you can have multiple resurrection stones? Eh. If I fall, it's my own fault. Do we feel like we got enough use out of these gauntlets? Because I only got it because of that chance to drop a health stone. To be honest with you. We'll keep them on a little bit.
Faye. She...
Let me stop you right there, killer. Brock ain't one to go breaking no confidences. Not even when it comes
Did I do a
to
Silent Hill
party.
series recap?
You don't hear me spreading your
I have
business all
not.
over town, do you? Smith's
For a couple of
no
reasons.
crab. It's just how it's
With the
gotta
exception
be.
of only a few of them, it doesn't really quite meet what I would say a recap format. Because Silent Hill, the whole thing is that you get the journey out what you put in. There's a lot of open-ended endings to them, and almost none of them, like I said, except for a couple of games, where there's kind of a quote-unquote official ending. Or canon ending. A lot of it's open-ended on purpose. Some of it's symbolic. Sometimes that the message you get in the end is, again, however you chose to end things. Individual messaging is a big part of Silent Hill, because again, that psychological horror, it's about personalizing you and what you think about it. That's a big part of it. I suppose there are some cheeky ways I could go about it if I did want to include different endings in it, but I don't know, I feel that undermines the overall message of Silent Hill, in my opinion.
By one side or another, or maybe both. Escaped together, been on the run, and absolutely all over each other.
Could do a recap of a popular game for April Fools. But Will, we're playing Ragnarok right now. Just kidding.
Being in love's always a risk. That's what makes it fun.
You could say the same about hot cheese.
Linda, what do you know of Birger the Traveler?
Not much. I ain't the talking type, really. But from what I can glean, he walked the path of the traveler for a time, then found out something that made him step off it. Hard.
Any idea what he saw?
Wow, even the game doesn't care about
Not
Burger.
sure, but I think
Tough
he saw
life.
what was at the end of the path, and didn't care much for it.
Finding out Odin was pulling their strings all along probably put a colossal kink in his codpiece.
Alright, that's enough from you.
So, what do we do now?
Tracks.
Don't care. Can we take our cool boat? Why do we have to take this plain boat? We have a cool flying boat. If I start this, will it make you stop looking at it?
Where are you leading us, girl?
That thing was a girl? Granted, I didn't check underneath.
So, what do you want to do now? We don't have to go straight home, do we?
The answer is yes.
Ah, we can always try finding Helka some other time.
People who are big into OCD are probably going crazy that I have so many side quests open, because I'm just doing the main quest right now.
I wanted to tell you. I read something in Odin's library about what Gjallarhorn is supposed to do. If blown by a god, it sounds through all the realms and harmonizes the space between them. Blow it somewhere like Tyr's temple, and it would be like opening up all the realm travel towers at once.
It's quite a vulnerability. Wonder why he didn't just destroy it.
Some artifacts defy destruction.
Well, we should make Freya.
I mean, you say that,
aware
but
of
we
it.
destroyed a gate in the last game.
Are the best. You've always been the best. Hey, tell her she's the best. Oh, you're back. The heroes of the hour. I want to hear everything. I mean, when you're ready, I'm not giving orders here, am I?
Try to rest, Ingvi. Let the herbs work.
Oh, they work? Oh, they work very well. Cause you make
Let's do Ty.
you always have.
All right, roundtable discussion.
Enough.
We have everything we need, right? We have the horn that begins Ragnarok.
Look at that.
Watch it. Nobody be able to
You
play
really
it.
did it.
It has to be a special person.
How? In all the 9 realms, did you manage to kill Heimdall?
I knew our spear would do the trick. Well, happy Ragnarok, everybody. Let's drink.
Is it true?
See?
Heimdall's dead.
Will, take a look at that. That's how they spell Tyr. But then take a look at when anybody calls Tyr Tyr.
Odin swore peace only so long as you spilled no more Aesir blood.
I refuse that deal.
Yet he honored it. But now...
Hey, how do you know about that deal?
But what?
Again, Tyr's
You and I
super
know better
sus.
than anyone that Odin's promises never last. We have the advantage now. It's time to bring him down.
No.
None of you understand what's coming. Odin's vengeance will be his only concern.
Not his only concern. The mask. Whatever knowledge it unlocks, that's what Odin wants more than anything.
I always wondered why
If I go
in the
back to
last
Asgard-
game there were multiple things
Go
guarded by like masks that Atreus had to crack open,
Look.
including like the Unity Stone. Like, what is the significance of those masks, I wonder?
Awaken the mask, get answers. Maybe that's our way out of this. But I
And
gotta
watch,
go
Tyr's
see
gonna support his action.
before they figure out what's happening.
Atreus, you are home. Do not ask me to put you at risk again.
He's at risk where he stands, Kratos. We all are.
Anything we do or don't do is dangerous right now. But Odin needs me. He trusts me. I'll be safe there. From a tactical perspective, am I wrong?
I don't much like it, but it is our best play. Dividing Odin's focus would buy us time.
And give us a pair of eyes in the enemy's inner sanctum.
But if there is truly a source of infinite knowledge, you can't let Odin have it.
Aye. And once he has what he needs from you,
Then I lose my leverage. I get it. I'll be smart.
Stand up straight.
Father, I can do this.
Remember my promise.
You too.
I'm glad they at least had a conversation this time instead of the melodrama that was earlier. Are you gonna take...
I hope you know what you're doing.
I do too, son.
well, I still want to hear how you did it. You mean how we did it? Ah, you heard me. And therein lies a tale.
Oh, I hear Mimir's tale. The angle with which he holds his arms while he runs will always be just odd to me. It's funny.
Atreus, listen. I can't let you go back without...
A
this.
hammer?
A hammer?
Your key, please. You ever need a way out of a bad situation? Throw this down hard and say Wergi. One use only.
Wergi.
Flashbang.
Thanks, Sindri. Hope I don't need it.
Me too.
It actually just collapses an entire dimension. It's incredibly powerful.
All right. Odin said Hugin would be waiting in the cabin. Mimir, anything else I should know about Odin? Maybe a weakness or something? Like if I flip up his eye patch, he'll disintegrate. Aye, lad. Wouldn't that be? Yeah, no. Sorry, Mimir. I can't do your accent. I'm on my own for this.
That's okay. Nobody can do an accent in this game except except for Mimir.
Here we go.
Maybe Trace will actually feed his wolves, as he keeps not doing because he's a terrible, terrible pet owner.
Ben? You made it back! Hey.
This is your wolf?
Oh, she's still around.
Stop doing that.
Oh, were you having a moment? It sort of looked like you were having a moment. I can go.
No. Sorry. This is Fenrir. It's okay, Ben. She's,
Just eats her.
So I was right about your knife.
Huh?
I'm glad you found a place for his soul.
Me too. Hey, how'd you find me here? Loki? This is my marble.
And where are you heading off to?
Back to Asgard. Hey, I'm actually using him.
Uh-huh.
Angerboda, look. Once I see this through, I'm gonna know everything. How to save my father, how to stop Ragnarok, and maybe, hopefully, how to bring our people back.
Loki, those are all very noble intentions. But he's Odin.
You have faith in me, right?
Of course I do. I just hope the story you're writing for yourself is the one that you truly want.
Would you take care of Fen while I'm away?
I'll take good care of him. Won't I, boy?
Did they clean up all the blood off his body?
Be careful, Loki.
I'm such an idiot. I actually forgot to hit record until just now. So like for an hour and a half of this first footage, I'm gonna have to rip it off the stream later. Ugh. Amateur mistake.
Alright. I just gotta help Odin complete the mask, but also make sure he doesn't get any answers from it. Easy, right? He's probably in his study. Huh. Nicely equipped. What needs work?
Heimdall's dead. Suddenly this boy, who you won't stop hanging around, is nowhere to be seen?
He's literally working with Grandfather!
Oh. Well, that puts me so much more at ease.
What I'm saying is that maybe...
We're just hanging around. We're not eavesdropping. We're just looking at the detail of his door.
Cold hello to him.
Forseti's investigating, so the truth will come out soon enough. I hope it does. You'd better go.
Oh, hey, funny running into you here. What if I walk in and kind of talk to her mom? Nope. No talking to people you're not allowed to talk to. You think she would have some words for him, right? Like, no, like that would be a good opportunity for some dialogue. Like, stay away from my daughter.
Okay. Panic does nothing. Harness it.
Heimdall's dead. Happen to know something about that? Anything?
Well, I mean, everyone hated him.
Sure, sure. But have you seen anything? Something noteworthy?
I mean, you know, he did sock through it pretty hard while we were out. Maybe someone found out? Got even? I don't know.
Are you suggesting my son had something to do with this?
I don't know. Honest.
Well, I had to ask. Never believed you had anything to do with this. I'm glad you're back.
So, I figured out what went wrong. I mistranslated a word here.
Did you now?
I thought it said beyond the cry of cold breath, but it actually reads the cry of first breath.
Well, that's somewhere else entirely. I know where that is. Young man, you've done it again. Go. Take the mask, take the sword, take the bird, find Thor. We're going to Niflheim.
Missed you too.
So far, Ingrid is the best girl in this entire game.
Hey, Ingrid, you wouldn't happen to know where Thor is? Yeah, I figured.
Quiet. He deserved a good...
Nope, can't leave.
Rue? Sorry, Allfather said I'm supposed to head to Niflheim with your dad. I haven't seen him around, and I was wondering if you had any idea where he could be.
He wasn't with Grandfather?
No.
I think I know where he might be. Follow me.
I, also wanted to talk to you about Heimdall.
Don't. Not here.
You're right. Later.
Instead, here, next to this one dude who's totally minding his own business. Oh, I can go outside now.
Back in Helheim, I told you I'd help your mom understand how much becoming a Valkyrie meant to you. I wanted to, let you know that I meant it.
You didn't. And you're still alive?
I haven't yet, but I will. As soon as I come back.
There'll be
Let's see
plenty
if we can
of
go
time
this
to
way.
get under her skin later.
Let's slowly jog up this hill. And the answer is no. We cannot explore. We will now slowly jog down this hill. I didn't think you needed to feed zombies, but I guess you still do. Man, tough break.
Weapons aren't allowed inside. We'll have to check them.
Why?
Yeah, why?
Just do it. Come on. This way.
Oh.
Come on. They're not gonna let you in otherwise.
I mean, it's just a bunch of
Around.
zombies. What difference does it make? Excuse me. Oh, don't touch this guy's chest. Relax. Watch where your hands are, dude. Social etiquette. It's good to know that, you know, even when you're a zombie,
It's
you
fine.
can absolutely get drunk and get smashed.
Hey, Thor. Seems like it might be a bad time, so if you need a moment, I totally understand. No rush, but
Right where I thought you'd be.
To be here. You shouldn't be here. You shouldn't have brought her here.
What are you doing?
Relaxing.
did I say no rush? I meant we should get going, right? We don't want to keep the Allfather.
Quiet!
He's right. You should get going. Dad? Don't do this.
It's already done. Let it be known, the God of Thunder is good for two things. Killing giants and pissing me! Any man who disagrees will greet Mjolnir with its face.
I wonder why he hasn't taken time to heal that scar on his belly.
Thor. Hugin is waiting outside. Please, let's just...
I said, quiet, boy.
Only my dad calls me boy.
My name is... What? No, Oh, come on! No, I swear that really wasn't...
Touch him on the chest again. Calm him down.
That's enough!
There you go. Nice catch.
Oh, how I've missed this! And he's still got it.
Cast a spell. I have to say, it's like the way I like to play, slapping people with the bow. You think those, you know, arrows make me less dangerous? Give me a break.
Get away from me! This place sucks!
Oh, I actually can't do my runics on this for some reason.
I'm getting our weapons!
Oh, I can't do my stunning either.
You could be helping more, don't you
You're
think?
fine.
Thinking too much.
Seriously?
Come here.
Like I said, Ingrid's best girl. No arrows, no problem. That's right, get him with the elbows. This is the most amount of blood I've seen in this game so far. Strangely satisfying. They're zombies. Oh, I thought I blocked that better. The reason why it's probably taking so long is because, well, A, I think a lot of the enemies have more health than they need to, and B, I'm also under leveled. I think I'm still level 4. But, you know, hasn't stopped us yet.
Now shoot!
Will Odin be mad I'm killing Einherjar?
They're already dead. They can't really die again.
That's what I'm saying. See, these level 1 guys, they're following like level 1 guys. Oh, I can't do my magic arrows still. That's weird. Actually, I didn't even hold X, I just wanted to see what would happen. But this looks like it's another one of those scenes where you can't actually fail.
What if you started again? Right now, just put down the... Grab his arms. Let's get him out of here.
It's a good fight.
I'm sorry you had to see him like this.
No, it's fine. Really.
Hey, I'm strong, but you've got to help me out here.
Well, I'm not strong, so I really need you to do most of the carrying on this.
Come on, it's not that far.
Splash some water on him. Clean yourself up, you're a mess.
Thor?
Get up. You are going to Niflheim with Loki. Allfather's orders. You have to get up.
See, now we know Thor is actually a sleepy drunk. He's, you know, he's not an angry drunk. He's not a
Disappointed.
happy
No,
drunk. He's
no,
not
no,
a sad
that was
drunk.
a glorious fight.
I know he's not a sad drunk because he was sad before he was drinking.
You can't even say you're sorry this time, can you? Because what's one more broken promise? Grandfather treated you like crap. You were struggling. I get it. But you can't just... We're here for you. Mom and I are here for you. Even when you're here. We love you. You know that. I just thought this was behind us.
I fucked up.
Yeah, you fucked up.
Wasn't that far.
Can I get you a water or something?
You again? Let's make this quick.
You in a hurry to get back to Asgard?
Just get us to that mask piece.
Actually find the last mask fragment, excuse me. Well, I guess it's the only path we can go to, I suppose. Well, that's not true. There's treasure up here, right? Oh, look at that. They're worshipping a dog.
Wow, Ingrid. I wish you could smell these. Well, this isn't the way.
This ain't a treasure.
Speak for yourself. So it seems at this point, during the second visit to Asgard, what they're doing with the story is they're attempting to add a bit more empathy to Thor, Thrud, and the family. Where, again, it's a vicious cycle. Here we have a second set of a father basically with his own struggles and obligations, with his own family, his own expectations, his own disappointment, and struggling to deal with his own father. I imagine it's there to try to establish parallels between what Atreus has observed between him and his father, and then his father and his father, which, you know, we saw him murder him. And then here we have Thrud dealing with her father, and then her father dealing with his father, and seeing the complications running through generational trauma. And while they're trying to relate it to a very modern day dealing with an alcoholic dad situation, which I find slightly out of place for the setting, I also kind of wish that the pacing of this, again, was earlier in the game. When, like I said before, it would be better if we kind of did all this early, kind of establish these people as characters, when I feel this is like Act 2 or Act 3. Like, we're getting ready to herald in Ragnarok, and we're only just now deepening Thor's character in the story. Feels a bit late. I kind of wish this came on the first trip that we took with Thor. Why is Odin now going after the mask when he could have gotten this stuff years ago? That's a good question. It kind of makes you wonder what he did with that entire vault of stuff that he did to find his way into Jotunheim 3 years ago that we uncovered and he knows that we got into. Added to the many dropped plot points in this game.
Looks up to you.
Will I also enjoy Atreus' combat a lot, and I'll tell you exactly why. Whoa. Piece of wood lodged into me there for there. Don't take that out of context. And it is because Atreus' combat is a lot faster, a lot more fluid, it's a change of pace, and more importantly, they don't bloat you with overinflated health bars.
Looks like we gotta head through that wall.
Something
Wanna-
I need to do first.
Take your time.
Now we can go. Loki, you really keep trying to... I don't even know what you're trying to do anymore.
That's okay, the game doesn't know either.
You have no idea the kind of shit I've been through.
Right. Half giant, son of a powerful god with impossibly high expectations. How could I ever know what that's like?
That was a good comeback. I know he's walking off a hangover, but man. Really? You use Mjolnir just to cross a gap like that? Come on, man. You need to get a little bit more cardio in. Okay, you got me there.
Neat trick.
But yeah, it is kind of crazy how Loki, the way I think nobody can see the glowing, only Loki can. Like, even though it's glowing a certain way, nobody can actually see it except for him. That's the reason why he was able to lie to Thor and Odin about, oh yeah, the next piece is over here, even though it led to a completely dead end. Although why it glowed in direction for us as a player is still kind of weird.
This one.
Because Odin's been trying to find his way into Jotunheim. You know, that was his whole
No,
thing in the last game.
I'm not trying
Just
to
trying
do
to
anything.
find
Just pointing out
Faye,
we're not that different.
learn that she had a son,
Bonding over shared blood.
which is, again, kind of weird because Odin has eyes that's been watching them for years. You could argue, well, they've been in the stave for all that time. But when the stave weakened, you think Odin would have figured that out pretty quick. But again, he had Baldur on the job, so whatever. The stave is apparently really good. I guess they rebuilt it somehow too, because even though stave was penetrated and regular Draugr could come in the beginning of this game, they ran through the stave to try to get off Freya, which she technically has a way in through that same breach that was clearly never fixed because there's still Draugr outside your home. Wait, which way am I going?
Another wall of ice. Thor, could you... Okay, I just want to add one more thing. If you can't be yourself, you also might not feel like you can follow your own path. That doesn't sound familiar to you at all?
I don't care what any of you guys in chat say, Ingrid's still the best. Fight me. The guy's lunges always catch me off guard. He's just so quick on that last step. Oh, we're fighting level 6 things now. guess it's because we have Thor with us. So what's up with the floating sword? Ingrid was just kind of hanging out in Odin's office, and it resonated with Atreus, and so just kind of hit it off. And so he has this, well, he can talk to the sword, and the sword kind of speaks to him too. So he has a talking animated sword.
What does it matter? Seems stupid to gripe about the things we can't change.
Who says we can't?
This one's yours.
I have to admit, when we were returning to Niflheim, I can't help but be reminded that, again, common criticism I have for a lot of the levels here, in the last game, Niflheim was this timed gauntlet. You had the fog that was constantly degrading you, and you couldn't be there very long. You had to chain enemies and solve puzzles very rapidly. It was a very fun and refreshing way to introduce a hazard that kind of added a bit of pressure and added variation to what you were already doing. Over here, Niflheim's just a regular old ice cave. Nothing special, just an ice cave. An ice cave that you can see from, well, just about any game.
We're far from Ivaldi's workshop, right?
Far enough.
When you play 2018 Oak Knoll, I really hope that you appreciate some of that too, that each of the realms, what was really exciting about it, and what really added to the really good level design that was there that's curiously absent here, is that every one of the realms had like a unique gimmick.
Bet you're glad I'm helping this time around. You're welcome.
And take the big guy. He's so smart.
I will say the sword's doing work over there. You're lucky she's helping, too.
I know, she's the best girl. I get it. This thing just won't stun for the life of it. Like, what's the point of that stun meter at the very top if I can't stun him?
I love Hellwalkers. You just blast them apart. Poof. Problem solved. Don't have to think, don't have to feel.
Man, I hate it when there's so much health right after a fight and you're topped off on health. Kind of makes you wish you could just pick up one of those crystals and go. Because even when you return to certain realms, like in the very first time you went to Hell, for example, you gained the ability to change the winds of Hell, and so it introduced a whole bunch of obstacles that, yes, they were kind of, you know, puzzles, but they also were puzzles that required a little bit more skill than the ones they introduced here. And on the second return to Hell, after this, you know, mid-air fight with Baldur that's super cool, then you basically board a boat and you're flying it like a blimp out of hell.
I don't think that's where we're supposed to go.
Which is a really fun creative variation on what you were already doing. Sometimes presentation is all it takes to add a little bit of flavor to what you're already doing, instead of it just being just another level. Is he not dead? Or he just fell down, didn't he? Burger's best girl? I don't know. Watch Burger actually be alive. It's just that after he bailed on them because he saw this was like a bunch of losers on a losing mission, he just like, nope, out of there. And so he's actually alive. He actually survived by the impact by both of those flying, I don't know, dragon-like wyvern things. And he's actually okay. He actually landed in the water. He's actually alive. He just noped out of this useless fight because Freyr's such a loser.
What are you going to say when you see them again? Sif and Thrud, I mean.
If all father's pleased, it doesn't matter. Look, kid, I don't need you to solve my family problems for me. Just find the mask. Let's get out of here.
Up this way. Looks like there's a path.
He just made a cheeseburger bowl. Kind of feeling like a cheeseburger mix. Like a hamburger helper kind of thing.
You enjoying the freedom? Out here without Fabian looking over your shoulder.
Well, yeah, I guess. It's different from what I'm used to. In a good way.
Now, I was
I think
told...
we gotta get up that cliff.
No thinking.
That was the most expression I've seen on Atreus' face. Because I was told that on many of the side quests, similar to 2018, is where a lot of these worlds open up to new and interesting areas. Which is, yeah, again, what they did in the last game too, is through the side quests, you know, you explored an old dwarven castle, you saw... oh, it's one of those shrines for berserkers.
This one's yours. Too easy.
I was hoping to get the finisher on him. Finishers are great because they restore rage. And they can trigger other effects, like the armor that I have equipped. Well, at least on... No comment on that giant, I don't know, magic ox or whatever? Horned steed. But what they're using the levels for in this game is not necessarily more creative gameplay opportunities. They're using it for focused story bits to basically add conversations and banter. I wouldn't mind it if it was just done a little bit more organically. Because you can have both, you know. You can have creative, interesting level design and still have your dialogue beats. In fact, they can even be carrying a conversation while they're just killing a bunch of Draugr.
I hope everything goes okay when you see Sif and Thrud again.
Well, hoping.
But the purpose of these hallways does serve another purpose, and that is, of course, to load the next area. It does make you wonder why there are so many load zones in this game. And you do have to remember that this was also built with the PlayStation 4 in mind. And not like even the PS4 Pro, like the base unit, or even worse, the slim version. It kind of makes me wish that there was just a little bit more consideration for the PS5 version. Or the eventual PC version. Because at that point, it's just disrupting the flow. Press L2 to activate Eagle Eye. I don't remember what that ability is. What is that ability? Oh, so after I evade, I can slow down time. That's kind of cool. Alright. Purchase all the Atreus stuff, I guess. I'll have to use that as a gap closer. I totally forgot that he has a gap closer. Again, you'd be surprised how much you fall out of a flow when you only play a game 3.5 hours at a time. It's very easy to forget. Is the slim version worse than the launch unit? Feature-wise, yes.
Gotcha.
Phew. That was close. Thanks, Thor.
Wasn't about to lose that man.
Loki,
See? He's always watching him. He's just doing it to test his, I guess, integrity.
You're welcome.
And what the hell are you doing here?
I'm sorry. You are here.
That's my question.
His father murdered Heimdall. Forseti has proof. Take him.
No. Leave him alone. I command it.
You said no more Aesir blood would be spilled. You said family comes first. You don't think that this is retribution for him being here? He's put your granddaughter in danger. He's made your son miserable.
Loki didn't kill Heimdall. His father did. Your daughter is old enough to make her own mistakes. And your husband started drinking again, all on his own. Dismissed!
Aren't they all about feasting?
A word.
Also, as they've already said in the last game, don't they consider it an honor to die in battle? That's why they go to Valhalla?
He's not protecting us. Magni, Modi, our
Like,
boys.
Magni went to Valhalla. They said so in the last game. Because he died in battle. He died an honorable death.
Do you remember?
Which they would be happy about, because they're all about dying honorable deaths.
We would play and laugh until the sun sank and they fell asleep in our laps.
Or am I missing
Thrown at
something?
the Allfather's problems like brittle knives to a mountain face.
Because it seems to me like she's complaining about something that many would be like, oh no, Heimdall died in battle against a god? That's awesome. Dude, I wish I could die half as epic as that. How does Sif not know this? I only killed one of your sons. I only wed it once.
Turn my father.
Technically, you did that yourself.
My daughter.
I didn't touch your daughter, sir.
You know, I finally thought of something I can teach you.
Hey,
young.
stand down! Sindri better be right. Where you? Sindri. Ugh. You sure know how to plan an exit.
Atreus.
On one hand, it's good that he had that get out of jail card. On the other hand, it would have been really awkward if he did need to use it. And hey, look, he got the mask. what is the significance of all the masks that cover all the magic chests and certain relics? What is the purpose of the masks? Why masks?
Pretty sure I burned my bridges in Asgard, though. Wait, why were you out here?
Sindri told us where you would arrive should you find trouble.
So you knew I'd find trouble.
Thought you might have been exploring without me.
No, lad. Your dad was just concerned. Though, now that you mention it...
Mimir.
Brother, please. It's all so crowded and tense back home. Don't you miss the three of us out finding our own adventures?
I do, actually.
Putting off the inevitable.
Exactly.
It's not the worst idea. I do want to show everyone the mask, but it'll keep.
This is going to be the point right here. See, because Odin already knows where they are. He knows where they are. He knows where Sindri's house is. He can get there. Odin's going to be right there waiting for them. He's going to have his second wave of zombie soldiers attacking them. I mean, right, he has the mask and it's completed. You know he's going to be sending his zombie armies right as soon as we walk through this door. Huh, a zombie army. It's actually kind of surprising. Unless they're inside and they're already dead. Oknola, I can see how she'd be emotional, but here's the thing, though. She's an Aesir god. She knows how this is. She grew up in a culture that worships the glory of battle. And the death of battle is a goal of all these people. They can remember, they consider it dishonorable and you go straight to hell if you are a criminal or you die of old age or you die of disease or you die in a really embarrassing manner. That's considered dishonorable. Nobody wants that. These people value their traditions a lot. Sif, I would argue, would not be upset that Magni died the way he did. She would also not be upset Heimdall died the way he did. She would be sad, of course, but she would also take solace in the fact that they died in battle and therefore would be granted in Valhalla. Modi, I don't know, because he didn't really die in battle. He kind of died because a little kid stabbed him in the neck to finish him off his one HP after his father beat him literally within an inch of his life. I don't know if that counts. I think Modi's probably going to hell. But Magni, though. Magni and Heimdall, they go to Valhalla. How nobody's reminding them of this is weird to me. Keep in mind, I don't know anything about Norse mythology. I'm going strictly on the world rules this game set up. And yeah, no, I completely understand. They're going to be upset, and that's the reason why early on, Thor was like, we have a blood rule thing. So, I 100% agree. Not taking away their sadness, but I'm just pointing out that in Norse mythology, from what this game says, they would actually be pretty glad that they went to Valhalla. They're going to be happy that they went to Valhalla.
Back, everybody.
Hey, you made it.
I'll get here. Join us at the table if you're ready to stay.
See? I told you the key would get him home.
Because you tapped it with a hammer. Dwarven magic makes no sense.
It's like orc magic.
Luna one time?
It works because they feel it works. That's always been one of my favorite Warhammer things. Is orc technology is it only works because the orcs believe it should work. It's so funny.
What did it show you? I didn't get to use it. They found out about Heimdall.
They gave him this tiny little room.
But at least Odin can't use it either.
But if you didn't get any answers from the mask, all you've done is steal Odin's greatest treasure.
Which I imagine he's going to retaliate very quickly.
None of us are safe. Even
That's
here.
the first accurate thing you've said so far, Tyr.
We find Surtur, sound Galahorn, and bring Odin to justice. Now.
You'd incinerate every soul in Asgard and call itself
Yes.
Does he ever suggest plans or just...
Does he forget that Odin's waged war on at least 3 realms that we've been involved with?
We don't need Odin to use this. We can slip into Asgard and do it ourselves, right under his nose.
Watch Tyr snap Galahorn as an act of defiance, because he's that committed to preventing war.
You don't have a way into Asgard.
You got the big horn, don't you?
Wait, the horn acts as
You
a...
expect them to sneak into Asgard, blowing a horn that sounds across all the realms.
I expect you...
What, does Galahorn open all the realms? Then yeah, what are we worried about?
Just think about it.
Because I was already saying, How can they say they don't have a way to Asgard when they still have the Bifrost, and even if Odin locked that gate away, which I think he did, they still have a Unity Stone, and even if the Unity Stone didn't magically work, which Tyr should know it does because he has the magic eyes to make it work, now we have the Galahorn, which I guess opens up all the realms. How about that? Orc engineering, painting it red makes it go faster. There we go, Alessandro. High five. You know what I'm talking about. I'm just pointing out from a cultural perspective that Sif would be okay with her son dying in battle. If her son died in bed of old age, she would be mad. Is all I'm pointing out. Glorious battle is what these people value. And remember, they value pleasing the Allfather most of all, which she, again, feels strangely defiant on, but I guess that's just a way to make him more modern and human. Tyr, better not do any funny business.
This mask. The easy answers that it promises.
Actually, why doesn't Kratos just hold on to the mask and Galahorn and not sound any of it? If they're so committed to let's defy destiny and fate and also avoid a war. Tyr would be cool with that too. He doesn't want war, allegedly. So both the God of Wars actively prevent the war. They could just hold on to this and sit on this. And if Odin comes to their doorstep and tries to harass them, then Tyr can't claim, oh, well, we're acting in self-defense, because we are acting in self-defense.
I know I've been a burden.
You have been a burden.
I know you've questioned why you even pulled me out of that
I have
hole.
indeed do that. Don't do it. He's got crazy eyes. Don't do anything crazy.
I have to. But it's clear now.
He's gonna fight me. He doesn't want to start the war.
This is what I'm needed for. This is my purpose. One last time, I will pick up my spear and I will lead us to Asgard.
Okay, that's a very weird tonal shift.
Excuse me, but if you got a way to Asgard, where's that idea been this whole fucking while?
That's rather a fair question, brother.
You was held Asgard.
You would have gotten us all killed. And we needed to give Loki time to find his destiny. Here it is. It's all led to this.
He puts on the mask and becomes a vampire.
I'm going after Odin.
And he gains a stand
We can do both.
that can stop time.
Hold on, brother. If the mask doesn't give us an out, we'll still have the drop on him.
Except Odin knows where you are.
Let's do it then, and quickly, before he sees us coming.
He does hate surprises.
Slow down, you damn spruce. I still want to hear the details on this new way to Asgard you got.
I kind of do too, actually.
It's an ancient path. We can't reach it from here.
Where then?
Let me collect my things and I'll show you.
You ain't got no things. And where are you going with that mask, Brock? That belongs to the
Why is
kid.
Brock being so
He
aggressive?
earned it.
I mean, he's
All
he's
done
making
was
sense,
make
but
passable dirt soup.
Brock, it's okay.
why is Brock getting
No,
so
it ain't.
upset?
This ain't right. All the pieces ain't welded together.
I mean, I already said that.
Like, what's with him calling you Loki anyway? You know that ain't his name. Hey, I'm talking to you.
Oh, he betrayed him. I knew it. I knew Tyr would backstab. Well, I thought he backstabbed Kratos. Oh, he's Odin.
Let go of the boy and face me.
Huh, I guess I was wrong. Was it ever established that Odin can shapeshift?
It wasn't part of the plan, but if he dies, we are square for Heimdall. And honestly, you got a bargain.
I will kill you. Plan on that.
So nice spending time with you again.
Freya, please.
So that's the twist everybody was telling me about. Is that
Can't be in two places.
I thought Tyr was mind controlled by Odin to backstab them. It turns out he was actually just Odin straight up.
You don't move.
Careful, he's got a kitchen knife.
I regret many things. Killing you will not be one of them.
I'm in control here. Throw me the mask.
You don't have to. Where are you gonna go? You're such an idiot. Everyone here in this room is incompetent.
Too bad, son. Looks like war after all.
Oh, nice. Good throw. And then Odin warps in real fast, grabs it, and then warps out again. Suckers.
Please, you have to save him. You have
Brock's
to.
already 25% dead. Now he's just going to go back to being 100% dead the second time.
Maybe if I go back to the lake.
Stop it.
Look how they're muting the background to focus on the foreground.
And I forget you. You gotta stop.
I was so close yet so far. I don't know. I really was kind of on the nose there. This is like what I talked about earlier. I could not have guessed that Odin was actually Tyr in disguise, because when was it ever established that Odin could shapeshift? I know all the gods have unique... Whoa. They suddenly popped out of the scene. That was super weird. But that is what they do. He just slipped between dimensions.
This whole time.
Yeah, all of you guys suck. Can't even detect Odin when they're right underneath his nose. Even I thought Tyr was just sus.
Now we kill Odin. And anyone who gets in our way.
Truth.
He does it on Midgard. Are you talking the part where he turned into a crow to teleport in? I just thought he was using his crow powers.
It does not matter.
Because he didn't really shapeshift to impersonate someone. He basically used his crow powers. I don't know. I kind of felt like that was a little bit of an ass pull.
You can't run away from this, Kratos. Odin won't stop until we stop him. We need you here.
No, you don't. Yeah, I get why you guys were withholding it, because I was on the right track, but again, him using his crow powers does not denote I could shapeshift to impersonate other people. That power came out of completely left field, and I feel like it's an Agatha Christie novel at this point, where the only reason you can't solve an Agatha Christie novel is because she withholds a crucial piece of evidence that would give away the whole mystery, and she leaves it for the very, very end when the reveal happens, and you're like, you know, if I knew that, I could have solved it on my own, and I kind of feel like the story robbed me for the sake of surprise. Although, I am glad that I was able to at least put my finger very close to the target otherwise. So, I am pretty glad about that. That a lot of the clues at least did pay off in that way where, okay, it's kind of going as we expected. So, I'll give it right there. If you had said shape-shifting, I would have known. You're right, I would have. Because again, that's the one crucial piece of evidence. That we really, nobody talks about it. And you think that if Mimir and Freya both knew that Odin could be a shapeshifter, you think they would have their guard up extra high to make sure that we have some sort of verification process against shapeshifters, you know? Nobody's really acting in, a smart way. And even in that last standoff where Odin puts a kitchen knife to Atreus, Atreus has magic that can shield him. B, nobody really dies that easy in this realm. Because as we've already established, through literally the one person who just got killed for the second time in his life, you can go back and resurrect people. Mimir, person who was also resurrected, sort of. Revive is more the word than resurrected, but you know what I'm saying. Life and death here is just kind of whatever. So holding a kid at knife point who can honestly fend for himself, or even turned into a bear at that time, I don't know. They didn't have to surrender the mask. It's actually in character familiar with the lore. Well, I'm not familiar with the lore. I'm operating purely based off of the clues given to me in this game. Which even then, I was able to pretty much figure it out.
Father, can we? I want to go hunting.
I will follow.
We are with you, Atreus.
Okay, guys, Brock wasn't that important to you guys. You're weeping more for Brock than you weep for your own mother. I got a problem with that. And another point, when they were like, you were hiding a way to Asgard this whole... You guys have been sitting on 2 to 3 ways to Asgard this entire time.
The direction of deer.
They're trying to do a callback to the first game. How dare you, game? It's not that deep. You gonna feed your dogs finally? Odin seems to not be a fighter at all, even when he was posing as Tyr. Yeah, that's interesting to me too. Because here's the thing, when I just know from other video games, again, I'm not super familiar with real Norse mythology, that Odin has his spear Gungnir. And I'm kind of surprised he hasn't whipped that out. In fact, I thought when Kratos was getting his spear that he actually would have gotten Gungnir, which kind of would have been cooler, right?
They're leading that way.
There's a trophy for petting them. You can pet these dogs? I've tried. The game does not let me pet these dogs. I tried coming back and feeding them because I'm so concerned that every time we pass by these dogs, we don't feed them. The only time we fed them was like the scraps in the very beginning. And these guys are going and hiding and leaving their dogs here in Fimbulwinter. They don't even take their dogs with them to the Realm Between Realms of Sindri's house. Awful. Inconsiderate. Also, in my opinion, we should hitch the dogs up to the magic boat instead of this, you know, like sled. Who needs a sled when you have a magic boat? I cannot pet these dogs. 0 out of 10 game. They're wolves, they hunt. I get that. But you know, it sure would have been nice if they took care of their, you know, their pets. Even Freya was like, when's the last time you ever groomed these things? You know these things get diseases, right? And Kratos was like, what's grooming? I know we're out to hunt deer, but come on, man, it's Fimbulwinter. Slim pickings these days. I'm just pointing out. This game is making me slow walk through this to reflect on the good times we had with Brock. Like the time that... I'm surprised we don't have an impassioned montage with like sad music playing of all the times we had with Brock, like the time that he upgraded our axe that one time, and that time that he upgraded our Blades of Chaos that one time, and the time that he ate his pack animal because he didn't give a shit about it. All those good times we had with Brock. Oh, we got a bot.
Atreus.
Shooting on sight.
Violence changes us. You are not weak to feel its effects.
We're all feeling its effects.
Look, there's plenty of meat right here. Actually, is this the same bear that also was killed by the zombos? But yeah, I like that the Odin twist was there. I think that was a good twist. It makes sense within Odin's character to do that. I think it's fully plausible. A lot of the evidence was lining up to that fact. So I think that was overall a good story twist.
I keep seeing it. The knife.
Again, not super thrilled that we couldn't just play it directly on Odin, but whatever. That's a minor gripe. That's a me problem.
There it is.
Atreus, I feel, is acting a little too worked up about Brock's death. They were not that close. He was closer to Sindri. If Sindri died, then I understand Atreus really weeping. But, like, Atreus was closer to Sindri than Brock. Brock, if anything, was hanging out more with Kratos.
Elbow up. Accuracy over speed.
I wonder if you can miss. Oh no, the game doesn't let you miss. I forget, this is one of those unfailable sections.
Wow.
Atreus killed the bear
That was
when he was a
funny.
bear.
And so are we.
I don't understand.
Atreus loved Brock and Sindri? I don't know. He knows like 4 people and his dad, and one of them has been trying to kill them for 3 years. Yeah. Here's how I would rewrite the game, honestly, so far. Atreus has a good relationship with Freya. Even though her son died because, incidentally, he punched the exact wrong spot on Atreus, who was honestly just standing his ground to protect his dad. And again, in Freya's case, Baldur wanted to die. He wanted to die so much that I think she also misses the point that even if he killed her, it wouldn't have made him happy. He still would have gone to try to seek his own death.
You should find Sindri. I have a pretty good idea where he might be.
And if I could rewrite this, I would have where Atreus, and you know, Freya still wants to kill Kratos, just again out of just grievance. Sure, perfectly fair, blood for blood. She wasn't Asgardian, so she doesn't really buy their bullshit of, oh well, your son died in combat, so you know he's gonna go to Valhalla. She doesn't give a shit. She's Vanir. And
Everywhere I look, I'm reminded of my mistakes.
yeah, he did kill that one. There you go.
Our
You're right,
actions
Will.
have consequences. To be reminded of them is not punishment.
Feels like it.
This feels more like Kratos 2018, so I enjoy this part right now. But anyway, instead of like running off and ignoring him and putting him at gunpoint, Freya should have been the one instead of Kratos to join Atreus on his journey of discovery, asking questions and learning more about himself, because she also would be a good person who's involved in that. And while it's happening, he could be persuading her and talking with her and mending that bridge, so eventually Freya would just accept what happened and let go of her hatred against Kratos. I think that would be a lot more of a more believable healing process than Kratos being like, by the way, we both hate Odin. And then she's like, oh, you're right, we do both hate Odin. Okay, I forgive you. But I only forgive you extra hard if you help me go to Vanaheim and get rid of Odin's curse. Then, no, that's a little too video gamey. I feel like having the conversation like they've been having, where it's a gradual process of healing, something that she's been denied with for 3 years, would happen, especially from a friendly face over the one she hates. And Atreus can also be, again, that voice of reason that helps mend that. It would make more sense. And again, they could still do the same story beats, where Atreus is more involved. Atreus wants to learn more about his prophecy, so he goes to the Fates, and the Fates is where he learns about Heimdall. And that's where he also needs to forge a spear. And wouldn't it have been such a cooler scene if Atreus forged the Draupnir spear, or he saw Odin's spear and he's like, yeah, that'll work, and so he asks for a spear, and then when he brings the spear to his dad, and his dad is silently thinking, oh man, I'm super proud of my son for picking up the weapon of a Spartan warrior that he's named after, unintentionally. It would have been a really more impactful moment where Kratos could see himself in his son, which would help him, again, build that bond that they've been having. You know, like, we can take the elements that are in the story and I feel do a little bit of a better job. Just tidier storytelling. It feels like they kind of pushed that a little bit to the side for the sake of gameplay. Again, they were forcing parts to play as Kratos, when Kratos, quite frankly, in the interest of the story, should not have been the vehicle used. It should have been Atreus.
Here's Temple. That's where we're headed.
I think they also should have had Freya make more, like, again, the opening of this game I have an issue with. because it starts with them just trying to rush back home because Freya's trying to harass them outside their safety barrier that I guess they fixed, even though, I don't know, maybe Atreus learned shield magic. He does have a shield now, so maybe he fixed the barrier that his mom put up.
Well, it can't reach the Lake of Souls. He's not only dead, he's been denied an afterlife.
See, now we care about how people die.
It's really gone.
Atreus, if there was anything we could do, I promise you, we'd be
But during those 3 years that Kratos and Atreus have been training, that would have been the time to have a tutorial, not Thor fight. Thor fight is not the time to have a tutorial. You should have had that when you were training Atreus, or Atreus is training with Freya. In fact, he could have been training with Freya in secret to learn magic that his dad can't really teach him. Because as they said so far, because the magic of this realm is tied to the earth and Kratos isn't from here is why he can't use any of his magic abilities from the last game. I'm okay with that explanation. But at the same time, Kid needs a magic teacher because he has a magic affinity. So either he goes to Vanaheim, or learns it from Freya, or maybe even goes to Jotunheim. They make that experience a lot more impactful. He learns more about giant magic or something like that. The sense of growth and progress with Atreus, I think, would have been a lot more significant.
We can get up to the temple that way.
Brother, we really should be heading to the
Yeah. And just like how Freya's trying to let go of her past and get over it, would have been a good parallel to how Kratos was struggling to get over his past and deal with his kid, because that was part of the really good writing in 2018, is without them knowing it, Freya and Kratos were kind of two sides of the same coin, and their fates intertwine in a very tragic way. I felt that was very good and very well done. And they're trying to do a weaker version of that between Thor and Kratos, or even Freya and Kratos, and it's just not hitting at the same level, because I feel they're rushing some of the story beats, or they should rearrange some of the actors in the drama, and I feel it'll be a little bit more impactful. Well, good news is that we don't have to worry about side quests or Brock, right?
Sindri?
I'm surprised Sindri doesn't paint his face blue to look like his brother, or something crazy like that.
Sindri, I'm so sorry.
No. No, I don't want to hear it.
Oh, is he forging something with his bare hands? I noticed he doesn't have his gloves. He does have his bare hands. Oh, he's hardened now. He's gonna put on a snake bandana, he's gonna sneak into Asgard and start knifing people. Commando style.
But some of us were bigger fools than
He's
others,
obviously big mad.
aren't we? I gave you everything.
Ooh.
My skills, my friendship, my home, my secrets, my treasures.
He's a broken man, he's gonna go crazy.
And you just kept taking. And now what have I got? Not even my family.
Don't touch your brother's dead body, it's unhygienic.
You want sorry? This is what sorry looks like.
What can we do?
You've done enough.
We. There is no we. There's only you. No matter what the cost. So what you can do
is fuck off.
Is get the fuck out of my
Damn,
sight.
easy call.
Come, Atreus. Leave it be.
Oh, who's gonna upgrade my bow?
More on how you wish.
Atreus, it is already level 3. There is no upgrade tree for you. He's also using a big hammer, which I think was probably Brock's hammer, right?
I thought we were his family too.
And I disagree with that statement there. This is another case where Ragnarok is telling us instead of showing us. They're telling us that Brock, Sindri, and these two were family. They were close-knit. That was never shown. You should be showing us all that instead of just them talking nice like they're just regular shop vendors or casually. If anything, like they seem like friends and not like an uncle or something like that. They really didn't portray how close they were. I would just tighten that up just a little bit because they keep telling us these relationships, but they're not showing it in a believable manner. But I guess we just have to take for granted now that I guess we really were super close, and he's really sad. Oh, obviously he's really sad about his brother. Like that right there, the change in character, the change in tone, the change in attitude, that's a good way to portray his disillusionment, his frustration. I feel like that is being portrayed very well with Sindri. But imagine if we left and Sindri sent a letter saying, I'm really mad at you, fuck off. Wouldn't be as impactful now, would it? It's much better to show than tell. Storytelling 101. For you, the scene hit really hard when you first saw it. Did you really love Brock that much? Or are you simply empathizing with the notion of losing a sibling? Because here's the thing. Another way that you could take this, and this is true, Sindri struggled with the loss of Brock, so much that he struggled and, failed. He only got 75% of Brock back, so Brock's been, a walking half-dead man this entire time. And even though Brock learned he was dead, we never got to see that conversation between them of being like, why did you hide this from me? And him being like, I couldn't deal with you being gone, so I kind of did this half-ass thing even though it's taboo. So he deals really poorly with loss, or at least the loss of his brother. And we can see that, and he's struggling with it still. So I like that. It's consistent character writing. I'm just personally saying that me as the player, I didn't really give a shit about Brock. You really love Brock's character? Hey, you know what? That's cool. I'm glad that you found a character that resonates with you.
That's right. Is there?
No. But I know I'll feel better when we brought Odin to justice.
Justice? Justice is not what we seek. It is vengeance.
Kratos speaking facts.
Leads back to vengeance.
Maybe that's all we have left.
We must return to Freya.
Whatever happened to We Must Be Better? Because I was about to say the same thing. It's like, when do you get back at Odin? It's like, that's not justice, that's vengeance. But you know what? Good writing in this part.
Back. We really are going to war.
We just come to that. Yes.
This is the part where Kratos goes, I will be the god of war, of Ragnarok. And everybody applauses.
This isn't what I wanted. This wasn't what I meant. Not if it meant losing Brock.
We know, Atreus. We know.
We really took everything from Sindri.
Don't take to heart words said in grief, Atreus. No matter how spot on they feel.
I mean, to be perfectly fair, he did build his house in the World Tree. It's not like he owned the World Tree.
I know we should go see Freya, but I wouldn't mind staying here in Midgard.
No time.
For a little while.
Aye. A few last adventures to take our minds off the state of, well, everything.
No. No time for that. I don't know, I kind of felt like we passed the gate in order to get to this gate. But okay, here we are. We have so many things to do. There's nothing to do here. Look on the bright side. Now we have this house all to ourselves. We don't have a big guy named Tyr watching over our back, lying to our faces. We don't have Brock smelling up the place. We don't have Sindri. Honestly, this place is a lot cooler. Oh wait, never mind. Freyr's here. It's not cool anymore. Freyr's the type of guy who I envision with a Hawaiian shirt and sunglasses.
Are we even sure Freya will still be at the house?
Don't see why not. Odin's back door in was also his way out. Without the blasted raven apparently hiding in the broom closet, the house should be secure.
And she will not turn away allies in her vengeance.
Aye, it's all our vengeance now. And no more fake Tyr.
They should have known about Odin since Tyr was not acting like himself. I've said that since the very beginning. They're acting surprisingly normal about a dude who is clearly acting different from how two people who know him don't pick up. And I'm like, I'm picking this up, and I barely met this guy. Well, it's like, these facts are not adding up. And I'm glad Brock said, it's like, these facts ain't adding up. I'm like, that's what I've been saying this whole time. And I was 90% right. Fine. Is it another side quest? It is another side quest.
The boss is going to want whatever lead work you have, so, you know...
Master Kratos, young Master Atreus, I'm so relieved to see you safe. My infinite condolences to you all. I do loathe to raise other matters under the circumstances.
I do appreciate that they wrote
There is a
varying
favor I
dialogue
must
for him, at
urgently
least.
ask.
That's good. They got the most out of this voice actor. Oh, I guess I better talk to him about his other side quest.
Speak.
The tree has become rather overgrown.
And
In some of Mimir's story, it's established that Odin can shapeshift. If that's the case, then A, shame on me for not knowing, and B, shame on this game for not knowing. In terms of these major characters. If Mimir straight up said, oh, by the way, Odin can shapeshift, Mimir, what the fuck were you looking at this entire time? With your sight beyond sight.
Normally graze upon the tree and keep it tidy. Unfortunately, Bitter decided it would be funny to trick Arrogant into releasing them. If you happen to find the stags during your travels, I would greatly appreciate assistance in bringing them home. I would have one of my spectral squirrels do it, but they, well, keep eating the feed I give them. Consequence of it being the most delicious food in all the 9 realms, I suppose. Speaking of, here, take some feed. Once
The
you've
spectral
found
squirrels
stag, the
eat?
feed
Does
should
that mean the
calm them
spectral
down.
squirrels also
Then one of
poop?
my spectrals will guide them back here. And, don't eat the feed, please.
I will not.
Bitterness asked me if I was too chicken to release them, but I am in fact not chicken-like whatsoever. So as you can see, I had no choice.
Red squirrel, do you
Yes,
poop?
of course. What else could you have done? While normally this would be a harmless prank, Fimbulwinter prevented the stags from returning, and now they have long since scattered to parts unknown.
It was worth it.
Now then, any luck finding those lean worms?
Later. Isn't it great? We moved the table to the middle of the room now.
You're back.
I guess the pig moved in.
Are you with us? Good. It's time.
Time for what, dare I ask?
Time to
to
start a
unite the
war.
realms against
And
Odin.
Kratos was like, nope.
Tyr tried to unite the realms. The real Tyr.
See?
Everyone loved him.
And that was the other thing that I noticed too, because I pay attention to weird names because even though they do say the Norse names here, a couple people have weird variations.
Yes, we've lost
I try to do my best to try to pronounce them as close to how the game pronounces it, because even if the game is mispronouncing something, whatever, I'm just going with whatever the game has.
Asgard's wall.
Because you know you're always going to get the bunch of people who are like, you're saying that name wrong. It's like, I'm saying it how the game says it. Take it up with the game.
We need armies of our own.
And that's what I noticed. They're spelling Tyr differently. It's kind of weird.
Odin won't see coming.
And that's just to reach the wall. To breach the wall, we'll need to find Surtur.
Ratatoskr was able to procure this.
It's a piece of poop.
The 3 of us will go.
I know just where to look.
Splendid. Allies then. Who do we think we can get?
I'll venture to Helheim.
Try to recruit the army of the dead.
I'll return to Alfheim.
Enjoy the stream. Hey, thank you. I'm glad you came by and hung out, Will. Appreciate you. Yeah, drop by anytime.
They really like me in Alfheim.
And you?
As you know,
Yes.
always full of candid opinions here, and I'm
Unless
always
of the
welcome
three
and open to them
Valkyries.
too.
Midgard has no army.
Nor Niflheim, nor Jotunheim.
That leaves only Svartalfheim.
I'll go to Svartalfheim.
Sindri?
When it comes to pronunciations, I feel the internet's too banana shaped. Tell me about it. Good lord.
So be it. Good luck to us all.
It feels like their overall goal is to not necessarily wage war on Asgard. It's just buy a path for Surtur to come in and burn Asgard to the ground. Which is fine, because if that's how it's supposed to go down, I guess we are going along with prophecy.
Off to Muspelheim to find the last fire giant. I almost envy everyone else's impossible mission.
How hard can it be? I guess Fimbulwinter deactivated all of our fast travel points from last game too.
You said you know where to look for Surtur.
Yeah. I unlocked the secrets in his shrine when I was in Muspelheim with Thor.
Thor?
Don't worry. He didn't see me go in.
That was not my worry.
Now look. When we find Surtur, we'll have to convince him to combine with his wife, Sinmara.
Combine?
Yeah. When the two of them, join, they'll create an enormous Asgard-destroying monster.
Oh my.
Oh my. How close are we to the end of this game? This feels very
I have
end
some
gamey.
doubts regarding negotiations with Rasvelger in Helheim. My thinking is that she may be more amenable to speaking with a member of the, deceased. Mimir, you're needed.
Oh, death is a skill now.
More of a prerequisite.
I suppose these two can survive a bit without me. Brother, you wouldn't mind?
Very well.
Many thanks. We'll catch up with you later.
Hey, I think I can see Surtur's forge in the distance.
I thought the pigman would say, hey, we need Mimir because Mimir / Atreus are the only two people that can speak the ancient tongue that Bresvelger and Jormungandr were speaking, because they both speak that kind of weird tongue. It's a lava squirrel or something. I just wanted to see if that could happen.
Surtur's wife. Where is she?
Niflheim. Helka. If we head down towards that tower, we might be able to see the forge. Heads up.
What the? Jesus, all that Bifrost damage, holy shit.
I wonder if they saw their prophecy and decided to isolate themselves in their home realms to fight it.
Understandable.
Hopefully they'll understand why Ragnarok needs to happen now. Hey, that's the other half of the broken Muspelheim seed we found. We can take it to a Mystic Gateway. Maybe we'll find Surtur's combat trials.
Wait, did that not heal me? Hmm. I got lost in the conversation, thus a bit late. When you touched on death in the game, I feel it's a bit lacking in weight too. Yeah. Like when the Fate said, Kratos, you will die. Kratos is like, I've died 2 or 3 times already, and I've been killed by gods with god-killing weaponry, and I kind of just walked it off. Yeah, I got these scars to prove it. I'm not lying. Like, everybody has some way to die, obviously, and some people have died more than once, or even more than 3 times, so... saying, Kratos, you're gonna die is not really a shocker. Okay, I think these can die first. Yeah, those things are pesky.
Look out!
I think the forge might be past this lava fall.
You know this.
A hunch. When I was here before, I got a pretty good feel for the layout. We need to be ready for Surtur.
Because,
in case he doesn't want to help.
tell me, does it really deliver dramatic tension when you hold the God of War's son at kitchen knife point? I don't know, I felt like you might just pull out like a Glock or something like that. It's about as irrelevant.
We can't win this war without them, right? We gotta be close. I can hear the forge.
Alright, what kind of one is this one? Oh, it's one of these.
Alka.
That's a 1. Oh, interesting. It's up to who?
Alka!
How am I not reaching that? Okay, that's where I need to go.
Falcon!
Man, the orientation of this is a little rough. Okay.
Falcon!
Man, just when you think it's supposed to collect. Oni, what would you say is your pet peeve with modern gameplay over games made 30 years ago? Easy. Recency bias. I don't think I have been doing this right. I need to let these things reset. How does that not reach? Like, I feel it's like within the little sphere.
Falcon!
Actually, you know what I need to do? Hold on. Not that. I wish you could dispel these. I guess you can by doing this. Because I probably just need to chain 4 of them this away. Like, I can't visually tell if that overlaps or not, you know? Like, I guess it doesn't. Even though it looks like their spheres are overlapping, I think the game is saying it doesn't. Okay. I know I'm wasting 10 minutes to open this one chest, but damn it, I want this chest. Actually, can I just do it from here? Oh, I can. Come on, game. All this because his damn chains won't fall far enough.
Outcome.
Like, can you only shoot 4 arrows? I thought you could shoot 5. You can only shoot 4 arrows. Okay. What am I doing wrong? I'm doing something wrong.
Outcome.
Oh, so you can actually expand the 4... So you can have 4 separate ones, but you can make them as big as you want. Okay. If that's the case, then I am overcomplicating this.
Outcome.
How are these bubbles seriously not touching each other? Okay, let's try this one more time. 1, 2. How did that not ignite? Like, they're clearly overlapping. How did that not overlap? That is B to the S. Okay, whatever.
Outcome.
I'm struggling more than I feel I should be with this puzzle. Where am I supposed to be placing these arrows? What's even happening right now? I'm trying to get this last thing. What you have to do is, because Kratos' god-slaying blades can't reach 20 feet, you have to basically use Atreus' bubble arrows to create a remote set of mines. But apparently you can't just put them where overlapping circles. You have to have it where the overlapping circles and their sigils are all apparently facing the same direction. And you can only shoot like 4 arrows or something. And I'm trying to get it because I want this stupid treasure chest. See, you think that would work right there, right? But it's not good enough.
Outcome.
See, even though those circles are clearly overlapping. Whatever, I'm giving up on this. Jesus Christ. I can't believe I wasted so much time on this.
Something ahead.
It is the first puzzle to defeat me in this game, because I don't know where they want me to arbitrarily place that stupid rune.
We gotta take out these springs! Still standing, yeah? We stunned it! We stunned it!
That was weird. He just let me get the last two by himself. I was like, we're not gonna have two phases here? Okay, that's fine. You'll just let me attack your weak spot, I guess.
Nice job. I'm really sweaty.
Let us find Surtur.
I probably could have beaten the game in the time it took me to solve that one stupid puzzle. I'm still salty about it too.
Through the broken gate.
I kind of want to try one more time. I refuse to let it beat me like this. There has to be something special about this area right here.
Helka!
See, that's the part I don't like, is that, like, the blast, I guess, doesn't impact the side of a rock. I don't know. Like, I'm on the reticle, it's glowing orange, how are you not sticking this?
Helka!
Damn it. Whatever. I'll figure that out. Am I going to be doing a recap or pre-cap on Crisis Core Reunion? Probably a recap, honestly. I kind of want to take my time with it. You can't really take your time with pre-caps. I say as I wasted 20 minutes on trying to get the last bit of a puzzle. But expediency is the point of a pre-cap. And I really do feel bad about wasting people's time. I think time is a very big... it's a very precious resource. One of the things I hate is people wasting my time, and then one of the worst things I hate to do for other people is wasting theirs. It's one of the reasons why I make recap, is because I want brevity for the sake of, you know, optimized storytelling. It's like I want... Oh, looks like somebody burned that to down. That's why I'm not a big fan of like how long some of them go.
Hello?
And I really hate when like there's essays
Well,
to
either
explain
him
a simple
or he's
point.
ignoring us. Come on.
I guess this is Unlimited Blade Works or something.
Hello.
Hello.
We seek a fire giant.
You found one.
Go away.
What just happened? Hey, that wasn't...
We deal with these first.
Okay, I did try to punch the giant fire thing.
But you probably already know that.
I'm gonna take that L. Because I was trying to set up like the axe throw, and I just kept getting interrupted. Do you have it pre-ordered yet? Yes, I do. I pre-ordered it from Best Buy because they're giving out steelbooks with it, and I'm a sucker for steelbooks.
Stronger on the left. The ancient sun. Now's your chance. Another one.
Focus! He is the guardian of this realm. It is his right to defend it.
Oh my goodness.
But you probably already know that.
That took too much damage getting it close. I guess you really do need to stay away from them and just wait for their weak point.
Another Draugr to the left. Left foot. Another one.
Focus! He is the guardian of this realm. It is his right to defend it.
Yep, I should have just been patient instead of trying to rush it. No rushing, as they say.
Right side. Farther.
You're on fire, but you probably didn't mean that. Maybe she uses a spear, I guess. Yeah, I should have been using the spear. What a dummy. Press square for revival? No, Allie. If we fall, it's our own fault. We should be able to do this in one bit. The healing items exist in this game. There is the Resurrection Stone, which is when I fall, like I have that option to press square to basically get like extra stuff. But in my opinion, I would rather learn from my failures and do better next time. I'm following the real God of War Kratos style of fighting, which is do better. So I don't use Resurrection Stones unless there was one time I used it by accident, or the other time where I was like right there at the end of the battle. I was like, all right, I'll spend one Resurrection Stone for this, because it was the dogfight. It was just taking forever. But honestly, it's like, no, I really don't want to use Resurrection Stones. I'd rather just learn better, do better, and get the fight correct the next time. Remember, I'm not doing any side quests, so I'm constantly under-leveled and arguably under-geared. So my only option to survive these fights is to just do better. But if there's on-demand healing, it's called Rage in Your Fists.
Elaborate. We'll die.
Right. Because you've got so much to live
Who's
for.
judgmental?
Not me. Her.
So what's the point of all this? You keep separate from Sinmara just so you can sit here and wait to die? At least if you joined with her, you'd be together again.
We are together.
God of War Ragnarok, where nobody wants Ragnarok.
Got her heart. She's got mine.
Odin doesn't want Ragnarok, Kratos doesn't want Ragnarok,
But it's enough.
Surtur doesn't want Ragnarok.
But you're not even...
Have you ever been in love? It's pretty good. And Odin will succeed. And all realms save Asgard will fall.
He's like, I'm alive. May I remind you, Thor killing giants left and right. And he's gonna find you and kill you.
But I won't sacrifice her any more than you would him. Sorry. Come. Wait. Those blades. May I see them?
Oh, is he gonna be our smith now?
Yeah, there's primordial fire in those. They are not of these lands. Shouldn't matter. Yeah, that could work.
What could?
Oh, Kratos is gonna become Surtur and initiate Ragnarok.
And I'll become your monster.
Oh, he changed his mind awfully quick.
But I don't want her involved at all.
But the prophecy says you two have to combine.
F the prophecy.
Sure this'll work?
What have I got?
Have you had a hands-on preview for Crisis Core Reunion yet? No. I have not. Is there a demo or something? Or is that something you have to be in the cool kids club?
Follow me.
Kalama, finally done Ubering. How's it going, by the way? I was too busy fighting and trying to figure out one stupid treasure chest sequence that I'm probably going to look up on YouTube if we were stupid for not knowing. I'm probably overcomplicating it. The game actually did get good in a couple parts. There was one part where the fight against Heimdall, the first half was actually, like, good. And the second half was just generic. And then there was a part with Thor that seemed okay but misplaced. And then the twist was Odin is Tyr. So everything I was thinking about for Tyr was pretty much right, except for Tyr's identity self. I kept saying Tyr was controlled by Odin, but apparently Odin shapeshifted into Tyr. I never knew, even though it was overlooked, that Odin can shapeshift into other people. I didn't know that. If I did know that, then I would have probably like figured it out. But at the same time, I was close enough. And it bothers me though because people in this game do know that Odin can shapeshift, and yet they also were caught off guard for some reason.
Smash stuff. You'll like it.
But what'll happen when you change?
Don't know. Won't be me anymore.
But how will you, or
I wouldn't say it's enough to move the needle though. They also killed Brock and then like dwelled on it. I feel a lot longer than I would have felt necessary, but you know, there are people here that do really like Brock, so if the fans like it, then sure.
at the beginning of everything?
Yeah.
What was it like?
Loud. So, here it is. The spark of the
Elk Noah,
This is
heading out, no problem. 10 minutes left till 6 a.m. Well, thank you for sticking around. I really appreciate your positivity.
This feels too easy. Odin knows we have Gjallarhorn. He knows you have the mask.
It looks like the next stream may be the finale. Well, for the main story. Afterwards, I don't know if I'm going to stream it, but I'm going to do all the side stuff. Just so when I do my review watch-along stream, I can have a complete notion. So that way, because you have to preemptively cut out any naysayers. Because whenever, as we found out earlier, we did finally get somebody who really fervently enjoyed this game and was absolutely refusing any criticism on it whatsoever, was not listening to reason at all, which was great, because I've been waiting to talk to somebody like that. But of course, the moment we tried to have a dialogue about it, they refused and just, you know, chose to dismiss themselves from the discussion, which is a shame. Because sometimes all you want is a conversation, and some people just don't want to discuss.
This is it.
What about Sinmara? Should we at least tell her?
No. It'd hurt her too much.
More than not knowing what happened to you?
Sometimes loving someone is about choosing the lesser.
That's a cowardly
doesn't
approach.
make any
That's
sense.
coward talk.
Promise you'll stay away from her.
You have our word.
Sort of. Is stabbing you with the blade's gonna be enough to create this new you?
Sinmara's heart is cold. So beautifully cold. Your dad's now got my fire in those blades. If enough of me and the spark's fire go into enough of her, it should work.
Okay.
Come here.
For Reunion, what console did you have it pre-ordered for? I pre-ordered 2 different copies. I pre-ordered one on the Switch, and I pre-ordered one for the PS5. The PS5 one is the version that I'll actually play, because I'm a big sucker for keeping things in the same console family I originally played it on. So because I originally played it on the PlayStation Portable, I'm going to keep it and play it on PlayStation. But the Nintendo Switch version, for novelty, and the fact that it's going to be highly collectible. Because Switch games, especially limited releases like that, are going to be collectible, while for the most part, usually, like most Xbox and PlayStation versions of games are not going to be collectible. They very rarely are.
Oh, no.
unless they're like sealed super special editions.
By fire.
And I lean a little bit collector heavy when it comes to certain franchises, not all, but certain. Final Fantasy's kind of one of them. We'll get the Ragnarok that Kratos doesn't want, and Surtur doesn't want, and Odin doesn't want. Kratos is surprisingly complacent with all of this. Is it going to turn into a giant cosmic-sized person?
How long do you think this is gonna take?
Yep. One of those two Valkyries. At this point, Kratos is out to give a fuck. It kind of does feel like that. Shit. Okay, Tempest.
Incoming! Right side! No attack! Right
Oh, they have a shared health bar, so if I just beat up one, I get both. Man, that just stun locks you. Of course, it couldn't be that easy. Sort of, this would be a great time to come in and roast both of them. Kratos struggling with those gains.
Do not worry about me.
Ah. Oh shit, I accidentally hit revive. Damn it. That sucks. Alright, well, if I die, that sucks. Sorry, chat. There we go. That wasn't bad for a first try, though. Oh, it just starts us from part 2 anyway.
Out of the way!
Okay, I didn't see that one coming. It did hurt.
Do not worry about me.
I blocked what I meant to dodge. Good lord, you can't do anything when you're caught in that. Ah. Okay. Oh, kid's out.
Collect yourself.
Switching arrows!
Alright, phase 3.
Be careful! Get out of there! Tremble! Tremble!
Oof. Nah, I'll take the L because I probably got a checkpoint. Yep. That was cheap. Drop star, but we can recover. started. Didn't look at that. Caught by the same attack. I look at one and the other one gets me. Damn, I just can't get a break. That was a terrible start. I'm starting to feel the wall of doing no side quests, but I still feel it's within grasp. Damn it.
Behind you! Watch out!
Man, I missed all three of those prompts.
Behind you! Watch out! Switching arrow!
Damn, so close again. I'll get it. I missed a lot of those prompts in a row. Damn, out of reach.
Switching!
got me!
There we go. Got one at least.
Get away from here!
Oh my gosh. And then they pose for the camera because they want the audience to be cheering right now. They should be saying applause across the top.
Did it work?
See? Did it.
Carter, are you there?
Who needs upgrades? I could use some upgrades right now.
Father, over here!
I'm sitting on like 2 or 3 upgrades.
Whoa!
He needs to say, I am the god of war, Ragnarok.
Great! Hear that? All we have to do is call him with Gjallarhorn when we're ready. Let's head back to Moospawn. We can take the Mystic Gateway back from there. It worked. I can't believe it. We got Ragnarok on our side. Sorter's plan just worked. I mean, evacuated for a small setback, but I bet we've got Odin worried now. He knows we're coming for him.
Is he worried? Who knows? Trace, that better mean you can turn into bear form at any time
Think
now.
about it. We're gonna show up to Asgard, and Ragnarok's gonna come in and wreck everything. Odin won't stand a chance. We're gonna win. Frollo's right.
Groa failed to predict what we would sacrifice in return.
I mean, to be fair, it's kind of a personal
She can only
problem.
see the big stuff. This is gonna work, right?
It must.
I feel like since we have the primordial flame in our hands, we should have like a permanent flame upgrade.
Ragnarok's strength grows.
Hey, check out that cliff. Earthquake must have shook this place up enough to make a ledge.
More of Odin's forces.
Trying to finish the job as fast as we started. Got some Bifrost on you. Be careful.
We really need to upgrade because we're fighting level 6 dudes and we're still level 4. But honestly, for a bunch of level 4 dudes, we're doing pretty good. It's because the game expects you at this time that you've done like an average amount of side quests, so you're probably level 5 or 6 by this time. And honestly, for being like 2 levels under, I'm faring pretty well.
You've fought in a lot of wars, right? You've never had anything like Ragnarok on your side?
I have. And the creature does not guarantee our victory.
Right.
Obligatory shot for the trailers? Pretty much. It kind of felt unnatural for them to do that, but I know what they were doing. They were trying to go for that same impact of when Kratos and Atreus team up against Baldur. So they do like the chain, like back and forth barrage. But when you do it in a cutscene like that, I don't know. Like, you get one of those.
Behind you! Switching!
Ah. Yeah, I was gonna take that. I need to get upgrades soon. Starting to fall behind the power curve. I want to get to an upgrade point too, so I could just kind of like pause the stream, because we're at a very good pause point.
Incoming! Right side! Left foot! Watch your right!
Jesus.
Got some Bifrost on you! Be careful!
I couldn't do anything, man. He stun locked me. Oof. I may have to use a resurrection stone. I'm sure I could spare the 1500 whatever monies.
More in her yard! Behind you! Incoming! Behind you! Look out! Right side! Farther!
There we go. We figured it out. Blades of Chaos work against Bifrost? That is actually not true. Believe it or not, they don't care about elemental resistances like they did in the last game. Because the Leviathan Axe is supposed to not work against Ravagers and other creatures of ice, and it totally does. And you would think that fire does extra damage. Being on fire only doubles your damage. It doesn't do like bonus damage. It would be cool if it did.
Father, the Einherjar aren't gonna stop attacking anytime soon.
I like how this is still here with that one thing that I need. At least it keeps. I just want to upgrade my stuff and walk out for the night.
You're quiet. I mean, you're always
Oh,
quiet.
got another bot.
This feels different.
I had hoped my days of ceaseless battles were over. I had hoped to never see my son go to war.
You say that, and yet here we are.
These guys just don't give up.
Ragnarok is here. They know what that means for Asgard.
Behind you! Look out!
That was just a bad situation.
Ragnarok is here. They know what that means for
Another one rides? Come on, guys.
Go!
Ragnarok.
That is one compliment I can give this game so far, even though I'm under leveled by 1 or 2 levels. If you can outfight things, it can make up for a level difference. Because I'm sure this would be like super easy if I was on level for what we're at, and I'm currently not.
Father, I know we're doing the right thing. Ragnarok has to happen.
The price we and others pay for this war is high. It will only get higher.
It'll be worth it.
We keep getting conflicting messages. People who don't want Ragnarok to happen, then they do want Ragnarok to happen, then they don't want prophecy to happen, then they do want prophecy to happen.
Brother, how did it go? And yes, my usefulness to a certain Vanir numpty did run out.
Ragnarok awaits our call.
As do the armies of hell. Thanks mostly to me. It seems war is upon us at last. Where to now, brother? We've some time before we're expected at the temple.
This could be our last chance, Father. Is there anything you want to finish up?
Oh, so we're literally at the end of the game now?
Amir, what else do you know of the mask?
Only that it was the great passion of Odin's life. He journeyed across Aegir's burning ocean into the heart of the silent matron herself to find it. Lost every man in his crew, but to hear him tell it, it was worth all that blood and more.
Oh, hey. I had a feeling you might pop in here. You know everybody's meeting in Midgard.
Yes, we know. I just want to craft something in
Thanks for grabbing
peace.
that for us.
Hey, y'all. I just wanted you to know if you need anything at all, I'll be around. Either here or at Brock and Zidri's old shops. Yeah, I know we're all busted up inside today, but, you know, I for one would like to keep busy. Now those are some angry knives.
Hey, look, we're finally level
Ought
5.
to make Odin's spear look like a toothpick.
You say finish it? No, it's way too late for where I am. I really don't want to finish it. I'd rather wait for like a new session where I'm much fresher. Because I've been doing this for like 4 hours.
Brutal.
Oops.
We heading out?
We have 99 Dwarven Steel.
It fits.
I don't want to upgrade. Because I like the Bracers of Might. But I like this, having a high chance to drop stuff. Let's go all in.
Woohoo! Looking good.
And we still have our simple resurrection stone, baby.
And the little one? Know what you want?
Oh, we're too poor for anything else.
Y'all ever find out what was bothering Helga? Smelled something and just ran right off.
Alright, we will save here. Alright, so we're at 24 hours, and honestly we can deduct 1 hour from me wasting time on a chest. We'll pause it for today, chat. I also need to go back and re-record or re-download the first hour and a half of this because I wasn't hitting record like an idiot. But we've made a lot of progress. I think we're in for the last bit of the game right now. And so far, so good. We've done so far, as far as we have, doing 0 side quests. And figuring out things, and I'm sure a lot of those boss encounters that we did and fights against the regular guys were only tougher because we weren't running around with upgraded shit. But, you know, we're fixing that now. Next session is going to be Tuesday, which it seems like we'll finish the main story, but I do want to do the, like I said, I do want to do all the extra stuff before I do the final review, because I'm positive the moment I give my review, the first thing out of people's mouth is going to be, well, you didn't play the entire game. And I just want to point out 2 things. Number 1, I am going to platinum this game, because I platinumed the last game, and this game, believe it or not, looks very easy for the platinum. I'm only playing it harder than I need to be, because I want to get through the main quests and get everything as done as possible, as soon as possible. But, the other part is, you never have to 100% a game in order to get a full opinion on something. If that was true, 99%, not 99, that's a bit too dramatic, over 90% of people would not have a valid opinion if that was truly the case. Because as we like to check with people's trophy scores, where's the trophies on this? I do like the PS5 interface. I think that is very dumb. So, only 7.3% of people have platinum this game, which means 92.7% of people are full of shit when they say you have to 100% a game in order to have an opinion. So, yeah. I don't subscribe to that nonsense at all. Even with the original God of War. Original, I say. How many people platinum this game? See? Freaking 95% of people who want to be like, oh, you have to 100% the game in order to have a complete opinion on it. Well, clearly 95% of people do not have enough prerequisite knowledge to give a complete opinion. That is not true. You can play just the main story and have a complete opinion. You can also be like most people and never finish this game and have a complete opinion. Because here, 50% of people didn't even beat God of War 2018. It's been 3 years and 50% of people haven't beaten it. Put that on for size in terms of consideration. That's why I don't put much valuation of people who try to flex online or put these ridiculous gatekeeping standards on opinions. Most people are full of shit, and that's okay when it comes to like them chasing clout online. But what that will let you know is that I will be providing a comprehensive opinion that is still just an opinion, but it will be from the perspective of someone who does, in fact, have the platinum on this. Like, that adds any level of credibility, which it shouldn't. You shouldn't let people determine that. You can trade ideas. Boy, I'm getting tired. Is the Final Fantasy VII recap or Final Fantasy VII remaster recap done? No. I play Genshin Impact occasionally. I don't keep up with it, if that's your question. Because I jump in every now and then. Like, when it first came out, like, I downloaded and played it, and every now and then I will check in. I do not play very regularly, but I do check in every now and then. I have thousands and thousands and thousands of Primo Gems that I never cashed in. Because every time I do, like, the promo stuff and you enter the code, I'll enter it. Or whenever they do, like, the weekly events, they give away a bunch of free stuff and summoning materials, I do it, but I never cash it in. At one point, Genshin was on the docket for... I was collecting footage for it to one day do a recap of it. But it seems like most of its story elements stay permanently, so it's not that big of a deal. Besides, I have plenty of stuff to take up my time, so it's not a big deal. But anyway, it looks like we're going to finish the main quest on Tuesday. Before Tuesday, either tomorrow, but definitely by Monday, you'll have the God of War 2018 RECAPitation video out there. Just putting the finishing touches on it, honestly. Just need a few more hours. And yeah, we can at least have that, which I think will be appropriate, because I think some people need to be reminded of the story of 2018 before we really evaluate Ragnarok. Because some of the comparisons I make and some of the criticisms I make for Ragnarok are coming from a position of someone who just played 2018 last week, so it's very fresh in my mind. And the direct comparison is very easy to make. And you can see where in some cases they did like a more interesting job, and in some cases they took a step backwards. And, you know, that's all I can point out. Some people a little sensitive to that, but yeah. Yushin, I wanted to say before I was distracted by Genshin, I agree you don't have to have played a game 100%, side quests and all to give a proper opinion. Oh yeah, 100%. Like, that's what I said, like, on like 7 Remake, for example. All these people who love 7 Remake, like, look, I got the platinum for it. Does the fact that I'm clearly better than 97% of the entire community when playing this game make my opinion more valid? No, it doesn't. And it shouldn't matter to other people either. I did it because I felt like doing it. But it doesn't provide, trust me, getting the platinum doesn't change the story, doesn't make you understand it, doesn't make you a true fan. All that nonsense is gatekeeping crap. Besides, in my opinion, if you're gonna front on someone and try to be like, well, I got this, that, and the other, send me your gamer tag and let me peek your profile, because I think you're probably lying. There's a 97% chance you're lying. And that doesn't impress me. I know, it makes me sound very jaded, but you do have to understand that a lot of people will offer their unsolicited opinions and then provide ridiculous qualifiers that they themselves do not qualify for. I'm just very tired of it. You know how many people accuse me of not playing the games that I recap? It's very exhausting. Just because they tell the story and they misremember something, or they disagree with the detail, or in the very rare case, I misspeak something, and they're like, did you even play the game? It's like, motherfucker, get over yourself. How dare you? So, it can be kind of tiring, but that's part of the project. It's like, by all means, please go make your own recap video, by all means. But I'm just griping now. This is just aimless. I'm just rambling at this point. Just winding down so that way I can go to sleep decently, wake up, finish up this stuff, and a few other things. sometimes you can have excellence without elitism, and I really wish people had that. I don't know. You can't really control the attitudes and perspectives of other people. All you can do is just control your own and just move on. It really isn't that deep. We're just talking video games here. Some people put too much of a valuation on like the games that they play. Like some people, like I point out, like this game has really, like Ragnarok has really good presentation, but what it's presenting to you is incredibly average. The storytelling, the plot beats. There were a couple of times where like, oh, this is really cool, but the highs of this game are a step down from even the medium highs of even 2018. Ragnarok so far, as we're coming to the end of the main story, is an okay game. It's just an okay game. But we will discuss this more in detail once we finish this up. I don't know if I want to stream all of the side quests, because from what I hear, you basically double, like the amount of side quests there are in this game is about as long as the main quest. So I don't want to do this for like another 25 hours of streaming, like periodically. I'll probably just hack it out on my own time in between streams. And then once I'm done, we'll start with my review. And then we'll do what I said earlier, which is I want to hear well articulated opinions on the opposite side, because most of what I have is like, okay, there's some good, there's a lot of not great, there's a lot of missed opportunities in this game, there's a lot of design decisions that I feel are either alternative or a step down from 2018, just as a direct comparison, apples to apples. And even within its genre, it's not doing anything profound to push the needle. It's more of a follower than a trendsetter, Ragnarok is. And I wouldn't mind listening to the alternative opinions that are justified from other people. And by justified, I mean you back it up with evidence, not just my feelings. I'm so tired of the my feelings arguments. Ugh. Anybody can give that. Nobody cares. Nobody cares about your feelings, just like nobody cares about my feelings about a video game. However, what we can do is we can analyze and we can deconstruct and we can take a look at the building blocks of this, and we can directly just kind of discuss about how effective and ineffective things were. I feel like there's a discussion there that's more interesting than shouting past each other's feelings. Ushin, if you stream the side quest, a superfan from earlier may come back with a dictionary. Oh, you were around for that then, Ushin. Yeah. It's unfortunate. But, yeah, you never know. I'm not too worried. They were clearly getting very worked up about what I was saying on Ragnarok. Getting a little defensive. And I really don't even know exactly what I said to trigger them. I think it was the part where they said nothing anybody can do can convince me otherwise. I'm like, I think you're coming at this all wrong. Nobody's here to convince you. We're here to share ideas and perspectives. And if you can't handle somebody pointing out valid criticism on a video game you like, I don't know, sounds like a personal problem. Your personal security, your confidence should not be tied to a video game. That really speaks more about you than anybody else. Trust me, in 10 years, nobody's going to value anybody's perspective on God of War Ragnarok. It'll just be remembered as the 9th game in the God of War Ragnarok mainline series, and then by then we'll probably have, you know, at least 2 or 3 more other God of War that at that point people are going to look back and be like, you know, Ragnarok really should have done this, that, and the other better. Just like how we look back on 2018 when it first came out, people were gushing, slobbing all over Kratos' knob and talking about just how what a perfect masterpiece it was, blah blah blah. But then later, like, you know, kind of think of it, enemy variety wasn't that good. Kind of think of it, some of those levels were kind of short. Kind of think of it, they could have done better with some of the combat variation. And also, nobody likes fighting 17 trolls. You know, it's only trendy to talk about the valid criticism again once it leaves the zeitgeist, which is on average 2 months after a game comes out. So, you know, you just gotta wade past the initial fanatic fandom, and then you can actually let the transparent people go by. I will say this, though. I am not interested, for all the people that want to provide reviews, I'm not interested right off the bat in any source that they got it's a sponsored review. If it's a sponsored review by Sony, I'm not listening to it. None of those motherfuckers are ever completely honest. They all be like, this is raw, no bullshit, but no it isn't. You begged Sony for a copy, they gave you a copy. In order to get that copy, you have to follow their press kit rules, which you did, which includes minimizing pretty much all slander against the game. I know, because one time I was sent a press kit for a video game, that's what they tell you. If you're sent a press kit for a video game, and you agree to those terms, you basically agree that you're, quote unquote gonna be honest, but they also want you to talk about these really particular talking points. So no, you're not formulating your own, or worse, in cases like, say, Cyberpunk, they tell you can't use your own footage, you have to use the press kit footage. Come on. Well, whatever. Ushin, I was really caught off guard. Oh, Ally, did you miss some drama? Yeah, so just a little bit. There was somebody who was in here, and honestly, I was kind of expecting. I was actually expecting more. As somebody pointed out, it took 7 streams. I remember in God of War 2018 when I first streamed it, we had somebody that was super toxic, hardcore Defense Force copium addict for God of War. Hated the way that I was playing through the game, even though I was very complimentary of it. And every now and then I would just poke fun at this, that, or the other. They were super tilted on it. We kind of had a similar case now where last session, after a story arc that was pretty much completely pointless and stupid, just straight up stupid, and I pointed it out and explained my rationale and reasoning for it and how it could do better, very upset about that. At that point, they were convinced I didn't like the game and thought the game was bad. Which isn't the case. At no point did I say the game was bad. I just said the game is okay, and these are the problems with it. This was done bad, that was done bad, but this was also done well, and that was done well. But, nah. They were a super fan. And it really is not that serious. Do you think people nowadays are too emotional? No more emotional than people have ever been. People are always going to be passionate about something or another, and that's fine. It's just very awkward when you try to express yourself like that in a public forum. Like, what benefit does it have to try to shout at a random guy playing a video game on the internet to you through a chat box? Like, what are you actually trying to accomplish? To be standoffish? And I try to explain that to them. It's like, it's okay. Like, nobody's out here to convince you and hurt your feelings about how you think. Like, nobody's going to tell you how to think different. What we're asking is help us understand why you feel the way you do, and also be open-minded to that there's other people with different opinions about the same thing you had. And honestly, people can understand each other without having to agree with each other. If you need that explained to you, I don't know, I kind of feel like I'm talking to a kid. No offense to the other person if you're still listening in, but that was very immature emotionally of you. Not to take the high ground on that, but I feel like we can have a discussion, and when you run away from a civil discussion, I don't know. I don't see how progress can be made. So, oh well. Like, believe it or not, the sun will rise tomorrow, and God of War Ragnarok will still be a video game. Oh well. Anyway, I'm rambling enough. I did enough winding down for tonight, so thank you so much, everyone. We are in the finale act of the main story quest for God of War. Then I'm going to take a quick streaming break after that, and then I'm going to just finish up all the side quests and then come back and then voice opinions on all of it. I am 99% sure I don't need to record the side quests because they in no way, shape, or form sound like they added anything to the main game. I could be wrong. Some of them might make themselves into the recap if they are that interesting, but I'm exceedingly skeptical. But we'll see. Like I said, all we can do is just go through it and see how it goes. But yeah, please look forward to the next recapitation. Thank you so much for your patience on that. It will be God of War 2018 coming either tomorrow or the day after. We'll do a premiere for it. It's like 32 minutes in length, I think. Something like that. And yeah, until then, I will see you guys on the next Battlefield. Thank you so much for watching.